Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Very good. You ready? Okay. This is a call to order for the regular board meeting of the Bridgeport Board of Education on Monday, February 13th at 6:30 p.m. at Aquaculture School. At this moment, I'm going to call the meeting to order and let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. At this moment, we're going to have Mr. Secretary do roll call.
Okay. Bobby Brown,
Here.
Christine Baptiste Perez, Sybil Allen, Albert Benahan,
Present.
Akeisha Casimir, Erica Castillo, Michael Macaron,
Present.
Joseph Sokolovic,
Present and accounted for.
and Joseph Lombard present.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. At this moment, we're going to open up the floor for student representative reports. I see none in front of me, so I'm going to turn to the screen. If you can just say your name and the school you are attending, and then you can start your report.
Hello, good evening, Board of Education members, and thank you for the time to share an update. My name is Erica Pinto, and I'm here to represent aquaculture as a Central High School student. The results for the Bridgeport Science and Engineering Fair are out, and I want to congratulate Grace Kissner, an aquaculture senior in the Bridgeport Aquaculture College Alliance program, who received first place in the fair for her upside down jellyfish project. I am also a part of the wonderful program, and I received second place for my heat exchanger optimization project. The Aqua staff are also preparing for their upcoming compliance visit from the Connecticut State Department of Education in March. We are also planning an aquaculture social on March 10th to bring together the aquaculture student body in a fun and interactive night. Our annual Aquaculture Cup boat race will take place on June 6th with the rain date of June 7th. We will start at 2:30 at Captain's Cove, and you are more than welcome to join. As always, we are very thankful for your ongoing support of our program.
Thank you. Next, thank you and congratulations. Yes.
Quick question, sorry, I was a little distracted. What date's that aqua event?
The Aqua Cup will be on June 6th at 2:30 at Captain's Cove with the rain date of June 7th in case it does rain.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, congratulations. Next student.
Hello. Hello, my name is Niska Marseille and I'm representing Basic High School. So Dr. Yola expressed excitement for the representation on the Commissioners Network and thanks the school leadership team for the hard work. The school is proud to announce.
We can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Can you turn your volume up?
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Just a little, if you could just project just a little more.
All right. My name is Niska Marseille and I am representing Basic High School. The school is proud of our boys basketball team for the demonstrated leadership during the restorative conference with Wilbur-Cross. Senior night at Basic High School versus Harding game will focus on honoring Kiana Michaela and Jasmine Williams with their parents. Basic is 10-8 on their season and have already qualified for the state tournament. The event will accumulate with food for student athletes and their parents after our final game season. The event will culminate with food for student athletes and parents after a final regular season home game that evening. Both students being honored are outstanding in Both students being honored are outstanding athletes in 3 sports: volleyball, basketball, and softball. Basic High School would like to congratulate Ashley and Brenda on winning the science fair this week. We also have A winter formal also took place last week, and we have had several students participate. And we will also congratulate all the seniors on their college acceptance, and that will be all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next student?
Hi, I'm Evan
Hello.
Arroyo. I'm a representative for Bridgeport Military Academy. BMA was recognized by the Connecticut Commissioner Russell Tucker for winning the January monthly award for the FAFSA completion. BMA has an 8.5 growth in the FAFSA completion over the last month. Administration is putting together a BMA shadowing experience for accepted students for March. Teachers are planning a wide variety of field trips to expand learning beyond the classroom. And finally, BMA has a picture day scheduled for February 23rd. These photos will be used for our new school IDs.
Thank you. Next student?
Hi, I'm Latonia Ferguson, and I'm the student representative for Central High School. First, I'm going to start off with a couple events that we've been having at Central, and then I want to bring up a concern to the Board of Ed. So for Black History Month, the theme that was chosen was Black Success and Influence, and a lot of what Central has been doing is having a lot of contests between the students that shows like who can create like the best artwork in a way of how Black success and influence is prominent within our modern century. So this includes a short essay contest, a poetry contest, and a picture book contest that closes at the end of the month. And then also tomorrow, we're having like a career day where African American people who are in successful career like law, manager position, leadership position come in and just talk to the students and give them a chance to ask questions on, how to be successful in a world that continuously gives them adversity. Now, to the concern that I want to bring up is that there's been a really big increase in smoking in the bathroom. Now, in Central, they have resulted into closing majority of the bathroom throughout the day, but with like 1,700 kids, this is an issue. I understand that like smoking in a bathroom, like that's bad and it's not okay. But again, locking the bathroom is not okay with 1,700 students. I mean, I want to learn, and kids smoking, and then there's not really a direct solution to like combat this issue. I mean, I go to the bathroom and I have to wait, or I have to stand in line to use the main lobby bathroom for like 10 minutes. I'm missing out on my AP classes, and it's just not fair. So yeah, that was it.
Thank you. Mrs. Sokolovic?
Yeah, this is not the first time this issue's been raised, and each and every time, one of us will come out and say it's unacceptable to close the bathrooms. Our children need access to the bathrooms. Something else got to be done besides locking our kids out and just lining up for the bathroom. I mean, this is a school. It's not a prison. I mean, let our kids go.
Mr. Benahan?
I agree with Ms. Joseph. Like I said, this isn't the first time we've heard about this. Central High School, Ms. Perrin, can you please investigate what's going on there? Because, if the teachers have his bathroom and they go by, they have to go. Students don't need to be waiting like that online. I don't know what's going on, but can you please investigate what's going on with the principal? This had to be stopped. This is not the first time we heard this. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to our next student, let the record reflect Ms. Cashmere and Ms. Baptiste Perez has entered into the meeting. Our next student, I think is Jaylee. Jaylee.
Jaleel Stewart from high school, and the student council has created a hallway of history in our second floor hallway that is covered with student created posters educating them about lesser known important figures in Black history. Students are also sharing short Black History Month lessons every day during advisory announcements. Hardin High School's debate team is participating in the 7th annual NAACP Douglas Garrison debate on February 28th at the University of Bridgeport. And the Health Academy is having a heart health event at Harding on Valentine's Day to educate everyone about the important ways to keep their hearts healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other student unless I'm missing one. If you didn't get a chance to share, please share now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Isabella, and I'm here representing Fairchild Wheeler Biotech. So in the past month, we had our capstone night, our science fair, and our open house, which was on January 12th, and we had a great turnout with over 400 parents and students. And in the same month, we also had an attendance competition for the first 3 weeks. The top 2 period 1 classes with the best attendance rate from January 3rd to January 18th earned a pizza party for their class on January 20th. And we're currently hosting another attendance competition for the month of February. A campus-wide Fairchild Wheeler Black History Month program is being planned for February 24th. And biotech has also been awarded as a 2023 School of Diction by the Magnet Schools of America. On February 28th, we're also having our Quarter 2 Honors Assembly, where 148 students will be recognized for achieving first and second honors. And this past week was the district science fair, and we have 2 12th graders and a 9th grader who placed in the district science fair and will be going to states. And lastly, the 60th annual Junior Science and Humanities Symposium that is through UConn Health has announced their student participants for 2023. Biotech seniors, there were 4 biotech seniors who were selected as the STEM poster exhibitors for the virtual exhibition prior to the symposium, and 1 biotech senior has been selected for the poster competition in the symposium. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. I'll ask one more time if I missed any student. I believe we've gotten everyone, but just in case. Okay, hearing none. Thank you all for sharing today. At this moment, we're gonna go into public comment. You have 2 minutes to speak. The timer is on, and once it goes off, please, in the last 30 seconds, wrap up your last statement. Our first speaker is Ms. Anna Baptista.
Good evening. I am Ana Batista, BEA President. I have some executive board members with me. I am here this evening to speak about the changes being considered by the board to BOE Policy 9010. For those who do not know, Policy 9010 was adopted in 2019 following concerns raised by the BEA and addresses the role and duties of Board of Education members. 2 of its provisions are of particular interest to the BEA. Paragraph 4 governs board members' communication with school district staff. Specifically, it requires that such communication go through the superintendent of schools. By clear implications and intent, this provision prohibits staff members from bringing their concerns directly to board members, bypassing both the union and district administration, and it prohibits board members from speaking directly to staff members about school district matters, again, instead of coming to the administration or the union. This protocol provides important protections to both the BEA members and to board members, and it also protects school administrators who, without these protocols, could be excluded from potentially critical communication affecting the operation of the district. Paragraph 5 governs school building visitations by board members. It requires board members to arrange such visits with the building administrators and requires that prior approval be granted by the superintendent. This protocol is just as important because whether you like it or not, and no matter how innocent and well-intentioned your visit may be, board members' presence in school, especially unannounced presence, is often a source of intimidation, disruption, and concern among teachers. Just to let you know, the next speaker.
My name is Joe DeGroat. I should be second on the list. I am
Yep.
yielding my time to Ana Batista.
Thank you. He'd rather I speak. Thank you. It has created the misperception among teachers of BOE evaluation of them and their work. Furthermore, it has been used to facilitate the improper direct communication between board members and school staff that paragraph 4 restricts. And while we would hope that the superintendent's approval of such visitation requests would not be unreasonably held, we believe that it is appropriate that she remains the gatekeeper in this process. The BEA believes that these are sound protocols designed to provide mutual protection of staff and board members, provisions which have had the beneficial effect of ensuring more effective communication between and among the various stakeholders of the Bridgeport school system. So while the BEA strongly encourages board members to visit our schools, because we do want you to, they need to be familiarized themselves with the various school culture, wonderful students and staff throughout the district. We feel it remains imperative that these visitations and communication between the board and our membership adhere to the controls implemented by policy 9010. The board will continue to hear from teachers throughout the BEA and district administration or directly at public board meetings. And our members will continue to hear from the board through its public statements, including meetings such as this one, and indirectly from district administration and the union. We do not want our members lobbying the BOE directly, nor vice versa. And we certainly do not want our members providing the board with misinformation simply because they are unaware of pertinent facts of a situation the board member is inquiring about. These protocols were established for a reason, and for the most part, they have worked. If they need to be tweaked to function more effectively, fine. But for the protection of my membership, yourselves, and the Bridgeport Public School, please do not rescind this important policy. We're all Bridgeport strong. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Weldon.
I'm here to speak about proposed bylaw changes to bylaw 9010, role of board members, specifically as they relate to elimination of the superintendent's ability to have latitude over board member interactions with staff and visits to schools. Until 2019, board members were able to visit schools and staff by simply putting the superintendent on notice of their plans. When this was the case, the district was rife with board members entering schools and disrupting staff and classrooms, sometimes to the point of it being harassing. The teachers union filed a complaint against the Board of Education with the Connecticut Labor Relations Board over the way board members were treating staff. The teachers union and Superintendent Johnson asked that something be done to rein things in. In response, former Vice Chair Hernan Illingworth and myself drafted the current policy giving the superintendent the ability to control board staff interactions and visits to schools to make sure they only occurred under appropriate circumstances. The superintendent is the chief administrator of the district and needs to have the latitude to control these activities. If a request to visit schools or staff is appropriate, why would she decline it? However, when they become inappropriate, she should have the ability to decline it or to have it occur under conditions that are appropriate. Also remember that outside of a board meeting, board members revert to being regular citizens with no individual rights or authority related to the school system or superintendent. As such, there becomes an issue of legal liability. Madam Vice Chair, as an attorney yourself, I'm sure you can appreciate the potential liability if a board member entered a school and interacted with staff or students without express permission to do so, and something were to go wrong, an injury, an accusation of misconduct, anything, all because the superintendent only knew a board member was entering a school, but had no idea for what reason and had no ability to keep the visit from happening if she found it was inappropriate. The policy was not designed to block board members from staff or schools. It was designed to make sure lines don't get blurred and that board members have access to schools.
Mr. Weldon,
I'm this close, please.
if you could just wrap it up.
I will wrap it up. If the term authorized by the superintendent rubs you the wrong way, why not change it to say something to the effect of superintendent must agree to the site visit or staff interaction is appropriate in order for it to occur. In closing, I strongly suggest that a deeper discussion be held to make this a meaningful policy that grants appropriate access to board members while also enabling the superintendent to properly administer the district and the staff under her charge.
Thank you. That ends public comment. Our next section on our agenda is approval of meeting minutes. So we did not have a meeting on January 9th. Well, we can't approve the meeting minutes on January 9th. We're going to move to January 23rd. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Second, it's been properly second. Any questions to the meeting's minutes? Any concerns? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I abstain.
Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. All right, meeting minutes have been approved. The chairman's report, I have nothing to report as of now. If something does occur, I'll make sure I bring it to the board's attention, but nothing at this moment. Now we'll go to committee referrals and reports. Education, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Yes, we did meet in the interim. We got an update on staff hiring, diversity, and not much change. We went over the apologize, the word's sticking. Our goals and objectives. We went over our goals and objectives, which remain the same from the prior year. In the interest of time, I'll leave those off, and the next meeting will be February 28th at Central High School.
Any referrals to this committee? All right, hearing none, we'll see for the next meeting. The next committee is finance.
Finance did in fact meet. We discussed the ESSER funding and calculations of money spent through ESSER and building use. And we found that main thing to point out would be that we're incurring about $500,000 more in costs from the Lighthouse program than we're receiving in the $75,000 pay. And I think that's something we need to get going forward. Next meeting will be the second Wednesday in March.
Any referrals to this committee? All right, hearing none. The next committee is governance.
Governors did not meet in the interim, but we do have 3 items coming up on the agenda, which was discussed at public comment. And if this committee has been having policies hung up in there for close to a year and a half due to not meeting and all that. So if there's not much changes to be made to any of these policies, I would like to entertain a motion going forward to just do the second read tonight and approval so we can move on to the next items so we don't have to clogging up the agendas next month.
Any referrals to this committee? All right, hearing.
When's going to be your next?
Oh, when's your next?
Wednesday. Thank you.
Health, safety, and facilities.
Health, safeties, and facilities, we met on January 27th. We looked at the capacity versus enrollment in Bridgeport Public Schools. I believe there were about 14 buildings under capacity. We had a refresher on the district's COVID statistics and whether there was any potential need at this time to make any recommendations. We found none. We also did look and approve the purchase of software for facilities management, seeing that it was done the old-fashioned way. I think it'll be good to bring us into the modern era and as well as comply with all the requirements for outside organizations to use our buildings while prioritizing our schools, having access to their facilities first. We did take a look at the facilities projects underway this school year. And we had a look at the presentation of all outside organizations that have used our schools for this school year. Again, just making sure that for organizations, it was touched upon in finance, that are using our schools, whether they're paying due to the surge in costs for facilities, and making sure we're paid. We have bills too. So that happened, and we don't have our next meeting scheduled yet, but I'll be working with Mr. Benahan to figure it out and have the agenda ready.
Thank you. Are there any referrals to this committee? I do have one. The referral that the student was just mentioning about the smoking in the schools. I do think, even though the bathroom situation is a whole nother situation, but just knowing that students have, are utilizing this as an opportunity to smoke within the schools, I think the health of our students is super important, and maybe there could be something done on both ends, both the bathroom closing and then also smoking presentations, habits. I know e-cigarettes is a thing, vaping is a thing, so I hope we can add that to your agenda.
You want to look into a policy for it, or just the report for whether, alarm systems are functioning, so it should go off if smoking's in the bathroom?
I think a little bit of everything. To the student's point, it's just not even about the bathrooms in itself, but the safety of it, I think is important. And also the student's health. What can we do, to have our teachers and staff that are on the floor know exactly how to handle a situation like this?
Okay.
All right. No other referrals besides mine? Okay. Personnel and contracts, we met on January 31st. We will meet on February 28th of this month. The things that we went over was the reorg chart. So we took a look at who reports to who. One thing that Mr. Benahan brought up, like to bring it a little bit more detailed, so we know exactly how the different boxes, I'm going to put it as boxes, report to the superintendent and then to the board, and just seeing what that looks like for the entire district. As far as contracts, 2 of the items that were brought before contracts will be actually a part of this meeting. So I'll wait for those to be addressed during our meeting. Are there any referrals for contracts and personnel? All right, hearing none. The next one is students and families.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're supposed to meet the 16th of this month, but situations I cannot meet because I need one of my staff had to be there. They had to bring in some very important information. So we postponed it for February 23rd. I know I already sent the email, I'll speak to you, stuff like that. So I know it's a little tight, but I'm trying to do the best and run my meeting most soon as possible for us, student and family. February 23rd, 2023 is going to be in Trenton High School at 6:30.
Thank you. Are there any referrals for students and family? All right, the last one is teaching and learning.
Teaching and learning has not met since the last meeting. I had to push it, but the agenda and additional items, I saw the email, are ready, and I'm just trying to determine a time that will work for next week, hopefully.
Thank you. Are there any referrals to teaching and learning? All right, hearing none, I just want to remind the public again that all meetings are on our district website. You can, on the front page, you're able to click on it and see which meetings you would like to attend. They're open. There isn't a opportunity for public comment during those meetings, but the meeting agendas are posted online, and you could definitely join in. So I encourage you, if you can attend, please attend and learn about what's happening in these different committees. We'll turn it over to Ms. Perrin for the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. For nursing, we're still reminding grade 6 families regarding the deadline of April 1st for submission of the mandated physical exam forms. We're trying to do that and get that done early, so we will not have that impact our attendance across our schools. For the IT department, we are continuing to deploy the district's new STEAM labs in the elementary schools, which includes a host of new technologies to provide exposure for students. This includes Dremel 3D printing, Oculus Quest virtual reality, Makerspace, and content creation. In regards to assessment, our English Language Arts IABs started today, and they will be going through the 15th. All scholars in grades 3 to 8 will participate in the Read Informational Text IEB. Writing assessments for grades 7 and 8 will take place February 21st through the 24th. Our physical education assessment for students in grades 4, 6, 8, and at the high school level are assessed on the Connecticut Physical Fitness Assessment, and this is ongoing through May of this year. For math, there was the implementation of the K-6 mathematics block, which is called Win Time, What I Need. So specifically, we're looking at diversifying those blocks to make sure that we're looking at students who have deficit areas as well as those who need to be pushed to excel, and creating blocks within that time to be able to do so. So that's why we call it WIN. In regards to curriculum update, middle school science teachers will continue to use iQuest and Activate Learning until 2024. Discovery Education held the PD to introduce teachers to their platform. More professional development with them is forthcoming. Elementary teachers will continue to use HMH throughout this school year, but can devote half days solely to Mystery Science throughout the year. A Mystery Science scope and sequence guide is in the works, but it will not be available until the end of the year to ensure teachers are completing the units outlined by HMH. Lexia English has been purchased for multilingual learners to address English academic and language acquisition. The program integrates speaking, listening, and grammar in the subjects of math, science, social studies, general knowledge, and biographies. The program will be launched in March for grades 3 to 12. Upcoming events. February is National Magnet School Month. There are approximately 4,340 magnet schools in the U.S., and we currently have several of them here in the city of Bridgeport. Again, Black History celebrations are ongoing during the month of February at several schools. Mid-year conferences for teachers must be completed by 2/28/23. Human resource personnel will be attending a job fair on 2/25 at Fairfield University. The next PAC PTSO roundtable will be at Park City Magnet School on the 22nd from 6 to 7 p.m. The 7th annual NAACP Douglas Garrison debate will be taking place on 2/28 at the University of Bridgeport School of Chiropractic from 5:30 to 7:30. And in that will be Central Magnet versus Harding and Discovery Magnet versus Park City Prep. The Director of Social Work and the Homeless Liaison will be attending the National Summit on Youth Homelessness to learn new ways to serve students in the Bridgeport Public School community. And I will be attending the National Conference on Education in San Antonio, Texas, from February 16th to the 18th on behalf of Bridgeport Public Schools. Specifically, I'll be looking at retention, DEI, and making sure that we have welcoming schools. I wanted to give kudos on behalf of Commissioner Russell Tucker. I wanted to congratulate the team at Bridgeport Military Academy for winning the January monthly award for the FAFSA competition. The school has been recognized by the Connecticut State Department of Education website for its impressive 18.5% point growth in FAFSA completion over the month of January. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. I'll open up the floor for questions, comments for Ms. Perrin. Mr. Benahan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I have to say thank you, Ms. Perrin, for the science fair. You was here this day, and it's amazing support you give to the students and the parents, and Mr. Henry and his team did an amazing job, and the student was very happy. Me and Mr. Josakalik was here, enjoyed with the student and the parents. It was very, very, very nice. So I appreciate that your support. Thank you for the help, the parent, the classical study. I have to say thank you for the record. You did an amazing job, and everybody in the same page, and everybody was happy. So I have to say thank you for that. Risley School, they did amazing PAC 9, night for the students. Oh my God, it was amazing. These PAC people, they do a good job. Madison School, they doing a good thing too. They have a big event. They have a full PAC. That's my comment, but I have a question for you. Knowing and listening all the what the people, the comment they say, should I email you and let you know when I'm going to visit any one of the Bristol school when it's going about the PAC?
Yes, you do.
All right, I just want to be doing the record because I'm follow the protocol and policy the way it's supposed to be, and I let you know in advance. So when I go to school, I'm going exactly to the PAC and talk and helping what they need. That's the only thing I do. That's my job, to try to help them. No more questions, no more comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments for Ms. Perrin?
Just a comment.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Ms. Cashman.
Good evening. Ms. Perrin, I would love for you to go over the hierarchy for me very quickly one more time. Just a scenario if a parent has a question or a concern that they feel like the teacher is not addressing. Who is the next person that they go to after that?
So if a parent has a concern directly in regards to a teacher, the first person they should go to is the principal in the school building. If they've met with that principal to try to resolve it and it does not feel like it's been resolved, then the next person they would reach out to is the executive director that's in charge of the school. And if they don't feel like it, then it should rise to my level.
Okay, just so I have that right. So it's teacher, principal, executive director of the school, and then the superintendent would be like the very top person. Right. I really feel like that's important to repeat that every once in a while, just so parents, everybody's busy. And a lot of issues I found out can be resolved at the local level if the parent would just follow the protocol. So I would love for this hierarchy to just kind of be repeated at least once a month, just so parents can have it fresh in their mind often. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So Joe, then Kristen.
I just wanted to follow up on that. There is one more link in the chain in certain circumstances if they're not satisfied with the superintendent's decision and advises up to the board level. In certain circumstances.
Certain circumstances, yes.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
This goes, maybe this is actually a referral from my committee, facilities, but is there anywhere on our website where the chain of command or the role of the Board of Education is public so people can see what our delegated statutory duties are so they understand? I asked this question because we just got an organizational chart during your committee meeting, but is that publicly available on our website so parents can actually see which executive director to reach out to?
So from that committee, we did bring that up as it's being finalized. I think there was, because it was his first time, I think the next step is to make sure that it is posted on the site. So I'll make sure from our previous committee, because it's also added on to my agenda for this month as well, for more detailed outline. I'll make sure I work with Ms. Dixon to see that that takes place, because that was also brought up in our meeting.
Yeah, but in addition to that, just as an understanding for parents, because I've seen in other districts, what is the role of the Board of Education actually be up on the website. So not only do you see the board members, but what is the function of the board? Because we do get calls from parents, and I have to explain it goes down the chain of command before it elevates all the way up to a board member. And so I think having that information on the website would be not to discourage parents from reaching out to us, but to let them know we're also statutorily limited as well. And so there's only executive muscles right here. So it's only but so much we can do being more on the policy side. So I think that's something that we should move forward and make available on our website.
I definitely agree. Just from our meeting that we had with Ms. Dixon, we did realize that it's been a while since it had been updated. So I'm glad that that's all in motion. And after our meeting on our last meeting for this month, I'll make sure that we work with IT to get that somewhere up there. I want to be honest to Ms. Perrin, for even though my committee ad hoc district media, all that is not in session, but one of the things I think would help parents as well is how they navigate the site, because even as board members, it can be very difficult. I know that the district has a huge outline of different tabs, but even to your point, if a parent doesn't even know where to look, it can be very difficult. So I definitely think working with IT so that we can make something like that possible, visible for parents to be able to see it, because the tab is one thing, but if you don't know how to get through there, may be even difficult. Okay, Mr. Sokolovic?
Yeah, real quick. This is something Mr. Benahan has actually been addressing. It could be incorporated nicely into the students and families parent handbook. All right, to let the parents know what to do if you have a problem with your child's school. Step 1, if you're not satisfied, step 2, if you're not satisfied, step 3. I don't know where we are with the parent handbook at this time. I guess we got to bring it back and discuss that further.
Yes. I'm gonna turn around because I didn't see him up there. Mr. Lombard or Mr. Macaron?
I guess I'll go. Actually, I don't have anything for the superintendent, but I just wanted to clarify the date of the next students and families meeting. I believe is the 24th and not the 23rd. I was just speaking with Ms. Santos. So
What was the question?
He's saying that students and family, you said the 24th?
Yes.
It's not the 23rd?
It's the 24th.
It is the 24th.
Yeah. So I know it's a Friday, but you know, I have to do it because in a situation and getting information. So it is 24th.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Macaron,
Yes,
do you have any questions or comments for Ms. Parent at this time?
I do not.
Okay. All right, so, Mr. Benahan, sorry.
That's okay. Ms. Perry, can you let them know all your principals and assistant principal get the website of each school updated? You know, some information that I see and I check all the website each school. Sometimes I got PAC and PTA, so they do events and it is not in the website. So I would appreciate that if you can let them know, please.
Yes, I sent a communication last week in regards to that.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, if there's no questions, okay. All right, so that concludes the superintendent's report. There's no old business at this moment to be transacted. The next item is discussion and possible approval of the new logo for the district. We did do this at our last meeting. However, we have to bring it before the board again. So I don't know if Ms. Henry, if you want to say a few words about it, you can. Yes, please. Just in case anyone didn't miss it, but it pretty much approved last time, so.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I'm Sarah Jane Henry. I'm the Director of Performing and Visual Arts. Over the last year and a half, we have redesigned the district logo with input from various stakeholders. We did survey the community, students and teachers, and received favorable feedback on the logo. Would you like us to display it?
Sam, do you have it? Yep, Sam's going to bring it up again.
While he does that, can I just ask why we're doing this again? What is the purpose?
So when we initially, there was a scheduling conflict with the meeting, so we put our meeting out too far. We had the meeting too early in advance, so we had any items that were approved at that meeting have to be put onto this one.
Okay.
So as you can see in the logo, each of the students represents one of the colors of the high school: BMA navy blue, Bassick green, Central red, Harding yellow, and the steel gray color for the Fairchild Wheeler campus. We did change some of the coloring, and Ms. Parent selected the dark green for the Park City as part of the imaging.
Are there any questions for Ms. Henry? I know through process, we've already done this, but I wanted to give her an opportunity to speak on it. Yes.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the amazing job, and everything. I know we've been back and forth and everything, but, looking now, let's get forward, because it's for our student, it will represent Bridgeport School. So I had to say thank you and your team.
You're very welcome.
All right. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the logo as presented this evening.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Discussion. Any discussion on the floor?
Discussed it.
Okay.
I'm good.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Hearing none, the district for the second time has a new logo.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Henry. The next agenda item is discussion and first read of the field trip policy 6201 and 6201A. I believe this is in your packets. I'm not sure if we want any staff that's going to present on it. I will give it to Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin would like to go through it. Yes, go ahead, Ms. Byrne.
Board members, just please speak directly into the mic. Ms. Arlene said they were having difficulty hearing us online. Thank you.
Your mic is not even on. Ms. Baldwin, I don't know, Sam, did you want to put this on screen? Yeah, okay. So if anyone could follow through, but board members, it is in your packets and it is on your iPads in case you don't have it.
All right, good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to highlight for you some of the changes in the field trip policy 6201 in particular. The governance committee met a couple of weeks ago under Mr. Sokolovic's leadership, and we took a closer look at the field trip policy. You can see on the first page, item E here is just being clear that field trips address the academic and social emotional learning needs of children. There are some technical edits in the policy just for what you were speaking about before in terms of flow chart, chain of command, where the forms actually go, and making sure that we have the proper titles there. The major distinction in this policy is the decision-making and conversation we had relative to overnight trips and out-of-country trips. We made a change that overnight and out-of-country are 30-day notice to the exec director and have to go obviously to the teaching and learning committee and then to the board for approval, because those are bigger trips with more significant impact because of the overnight and also out-of-country. We determined that out-of-state travel needs to be treated similarly to our local in-state travel, simply because we could go to Westchester County, which is out of state in New York. And in the previous policy, we're asking schools to give us 30 days notice for that. And it became burdensome to the schools. We actually found that we were unable to approve some trips based on this older policy language, trips to college visits, today's students, tomorrow's teachers. I think we had to deny 2 or 3 of those trips just based on the timing. And so we realized you could go to Woodstock, Connecticut and be in state and on a longer trip than trying to go to Mercy College in Westchester County. And so we really saw this as a committee. We discussed this and saw it as an equity issue and changed the out of state to 10 days with approval at the executive level. And that what goes to the board are the overnight trips and the out-of-country trips.
Thank you. At this moment, I'll open up the floor for discussion concerning this agenda item. Are there, Mr. Sokolovic, since this is your agenda, your committee?
Yeah, just one thing to highlight that was changed is probably major to some board members.
Talking to the
Yes, one highlight that was missed is trips to amusement park and/or water parks will not be approved. I'm not sure that one's going to fly with everybody, so I think it bears highlighting. Any policies that come through, I want at least the majority of the board to be comfortable with, and the whole entire board to be apprised of everything in there.
I guess I have a comment for that one. I remember this was an issue that we had during the pandemic. Well, we're obviously still in it, but with whether or not the security and safety of our students, if they did go to water parks and amusement parks. So just for those that are listening, this was a security issue, safety issue for our students. So just want to clarify that for anyone that had any questions. Any other board members would like to add comment? Mr. Benahan.
You hear me?
Yes.
As you say, we want to make sure the kids, have fun and educate and learn something. And yes, we have to water park, stuff like that, because we want the safety of the kids. I know parents they say, "Oh, why do you take it out? The kids have fun." No, okay, you want to have fun. I'm sorry, taking with you, but we don't want something happen when it's a lot of kids, a lot of students. You have to be checked one-on-one, and you never know, what's going on, what can happen. So we just wanted the safety. I want the parents and community to understand we're trying to do the safety for our kids. We don't want nobody to get hurt. I just want to put that for the record.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sokolovic.
Yeah, why don't I suggest we do this way? Because it appears the water parks might be a sticking point. So why don't we just start with the motion to approve 6201 as presented, and then amend if somebody wants to amend.
Discussing? Wait, no, I think we should finish discussing though.
Yeah, but you did formulated motion. You can have them that I mean, we haven't done it that way. We haven't.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you guys.
Yeah. We haven't done it that way in a long time, but under normal circumstances, it should be motion, second, discussion, amendments approved. Because right now we're discussing and we're likely going to try to amend and work it in there. But I feel it's much cleaner just to have the motion and the second and then discussion and amendments from the discussions. And then we could have a whole dialogue. Does that make sense?
No, I think it makes sense to have discussion first, then motion, then vote, or then second, then vote.
I would say let's continue discussion because obviously there's some confused faces. And then just give the board an opportunity to lend their thoughts to it and we'll bring it back. Any other discussion items on this?
I want to, sorry.
All right, Ms. Baptiste Perez, then Ms. Castillo.
I have a question. How is it an equity issue if a student's crossing state lines for a field trip? Now, if they wanted to go see Georgia State University, they're traveling significantly farther out of state. There's more liability considerations in addition to you're just subjecting yourself to out-of-state laws if something happens on a trip. So it's not just necessarily a geographic, but I don't recall any field trip being denied in my committee. So I would like to know, when was the last trip actually denied? And then I just don't understand how it's an equity issue when there's a plethora of colleges throughout this country. And if a field trip's going to occur in California, we need to know way in advance to make sure before plane tickets are purchased or insurance or anything to that extent. And so I understand the Westchester example. However, field trips go beyond that scope.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Yeah, Ms. Baptiste Perez, that trip you mentioned to Georgia or any other state that's beyond driving, that's beyond driving distance, is necessarily an overnight trip, which will trigger the 30 days response. So it will have the extra vetting. So anything within striking distance of a bus, once you drive over a certain amount of miles, you're not coming back the same day.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. You can make an overnight trip to like my alma mater and come right back within the same day. And I know there's field trips that have done that before. So I don't necessarily see that as an equity issue. But that's just my opinion.
I can try and answer your question. It's a good question. For us, the equity conversation was really about equity of access, making sure all kids had access to an opportunity of a field trip. It really had less of the distinction between the geography that you're raising. In terms of why you didn't see it at committee and haven't denied a field trip at committee is because we received the information in our office and it wasn't within the 30-day timeline, and we wouldn't be able to get it to the committee in time for then to get to the board. So it was actually being denied sort of procedurally by administration without even bringing it forward for the board's consideration, just because of that window. And so for us, we saw that as a equity of access issue, had less to do with geography.
Thank you, Dr. Baldwin. I think that explains, and I think in terms of equity, some items have been expedited to the board. So instead of allowing it be pick and choose and cherry picked, because now I question why we have a last minute field trip get priority over what I'm hearing with some of our students. That from that standpoint, that does not seem very fair, because I can say in teaching and learning, I've received field trips that we have this very last minute, we need this on your agenda. And I'm like, I don't want to deny access. So I'm like, yeah, let's go through it. However, now that you bring it to my attention that some field trips may have been cherry picked, I agree with making access more equitable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Lombard, Mr. Macaron?
Yes, I would just comment, on the item about trips to amusement and or water parks, that's being striking that and making them allowed with this change. Basically, what we discussed was that we were not going to identify any type of trip that would be automatically excluded from consideration, as long as it could be truly linked to academic and social emotional learning. And I think what's important there is it says and, not or. So for a trip to a water park to be approved, there'd have to be a realistic link to academic and social emotional learning. So it was just a matter of saying, you know, why would any one particular type of trip be singled out? And then on the same topic, although it's not in the policy, I think something would exist around liability and insurance if a certain type of trip was approved. So I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Macaron?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Joe, for that response.
Oh, sorry, Miss Castillo, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. I just had another question to clarify, because on the agenda, it has this item listed as discussion and first read, correct? Not discussion and possible action.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, typically due process means that we have a first and second read on these things. So, you know, I just wanted to make that clear, because I feel that it's not appropriate to be cramming, emotions into a situation where, you know, we have a due process. The agenda itself says it's discussion and first read, not discussion and possible action. So I just want to make it clear for this discussion that we're not making any decisions today. We're just reading. Is that correct? Is that your understanding, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's the agenda item.
Okay. All right. That said, I had a question about on the first page, 1E, it says, I'll read the whole thing. It says school trips must be linked to academic and social emotional learning experiences for students. Permission for any overnight trip must be submitted to your respective executive director supervisor 30 days prior to your requested trip for Board of Education approval. But then if you scroll down a couple of pages, it has the breakouts where it says, local day field trips, out of state overnight, and they have, there it articulates 10 days, which for me feels like, is it 30 days? Is it 10 days? The language for 30 days is still in that 1E paragraph.
Which item is that on the second page?
So I'm looking at the first page where it says 1E.
Yes, I saw that.
Okay, and then so this doesn't have page numbers, but let me look to see. It is 10D-E-F-G.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so 1E has language for 30 days, but if you scroll down to 10D-E-F-G, then we're seeing 10 days, 10 days. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah.
That we discussed in committee. So number one, as you identify, it talks about how we're defining field trips. And it says A, it's related to the curriculum, enhances learning. C, assures student safety. And then E, as you identify, it says has to be linked to academic and social emotional learning. That second sentence, permission for any overnight trip, we're making a distinction there.
Okay.
We're just trying to highlight to the reader that this is all sort of the criteria and steps that need to be met. However, if it's overnight, it needs 30 days. And then to your point, in item number 10, we outline it again, clearly stating that in-state and out-of-state in a day trip are 10 days notice, and that overnight and out of the country are 30 days.
Okay, so then would you say that since 1E is essentially acting as a summary of sorts for what's to come in the following pages, that perhaps it would be appropriate to add, some specialization or some specification about local and out of state being 10 days? Do you find that to be appropriate?
Good, and I think we discussed this in committee.
I see I think I see the issue you're on. There's a little trouble with the portal. It does say 10 days on the item that's coming, and 30 days is struck out. I don't know if you're looking at the version. If you click it into Office, you'll see the change. For some reason, it's not getting captured.
Say again?
If you're in the portal on the first thing and you pressed it.
On 1E?
Right. Are you on 10E?
On 10E.
10E, you don't have to strike through.
I do see the strike through,
And you see the 10 days.
and I see the 10 days.
Okay, so they're in alliance. It's a local and state field trips are 10 days, as on the first page. So
I'm saying in item 1E,
correct.
are you following?
Yes.
What she just pointed out was that it says permission for any overnight trip. Do you see how
Correct.
that's articulated there?
Yes.
So my question is, why in this introduction, it's only pointing out overnight trips and not also including an overview about day trips and local trips, or what, the 10-day ones?
So you want to add it to 1E?
Yeah,
Both overnight and day and the same letter.
local and out of state, to do the same sort of overview with local and out of state being 10 days.
Well, I think that's by default, Ms. Castillo, because permission for any overnight trip, anything else that's not an overnight trip is a local or in-state trip. Or at least a local trip within a certain distance that can't be returned to overnight.
It confused me to start with, so I just feel that if one's going to be outlined, the other should also be outlined, or if one's not going to be outlined, then the other should not be outlined in 1E.
And also, we're looking at two different things. We're looking at policy, and then we're looking at administrative regulations that are actually located in two different places.
Say again, I'm sorry?
This is the policy, right? 6201 is the policy.
Yeah.
Our policy guides administrative regulations, which are built off the policy.
And then, so 6201A is not included in the policy?
No, it's referred, the policy is referred, I'm getting this correct, right? The policy is referred to in the regulations. Does that make sense? Maybe.
If I could help.
Yeah, thank you.
6201.
Yep.
Numbers 1 through 5, and where you've identified that sort of confusing part on letter E. 6201 is the field trip policy.
Yeah.
How we administer the field trip policy and implement it with fidelity is outlined in the remaining pages, which are the administrative regulations. That's the A, 6201A. You also notice it starts with an R, which means it's a regulation. I think your question is a good one in terms of, should we look at item number 1 a little differently and maybe say 1E is the statement that says trips should be linked to academic and social emotional learning. Perhaps then we do F, which is overnight trip, must be submitted 30 days prior. And then maybe there's a G that talks about out of the country, because those are the two big significant items that leaders need to be aware of.
Right.
Are the timelines and the processes around out of country and overnight, because there's much greater liability there.
I understand.
So we could look at that and do F and G, and then the remaining 2 through 5. And the regulations are just more detailed to help implement the policy.
Yeah, I agree.
It might make it cleaner.
So why don't we do it this way? Since this policy's been sitting here for a year and a half, and this is the first we're hearing of this, why don't we make a motion, And it right now, so it's ready to move forward. So we have a new field trip policy that hasn't been updated since, what, 2009, I believe it is. Otherwise, we're gonna have things millions of times. There's no disrespect. This has been discussed at regular meetings 3 times. This was never brought up. And we need to move on. We can't just keep going back and forth.
Joe, it should be in, this is our first read. It should be in
This is our
writing.
second
We
first
should not have to approve of anything that we don't see if we don't see
Asking
the.
Point of order, Chair.
language.
Only people given permission to have the floor have the floor. Right now, there's no debate. Wait until your name is called or recognized by the chair. Thank you.
Finish your statement, and then we'll open up the floor for any discussion on this. Continue.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the first read of policy 9201.
Second.
Second. Now, can we have discussion and amendments, please?
Madam Chair?
Mr. Lombard?
So, hearing this feedback from Ms. Castillo, it does stand out to me a bit that we specify overnight trips as requiring 30 days, but not how many days are required for all other trips. It does seem like it would be worthwhile to in some way indicate the two. And I'm not even getting into the confusion we had earlier about overnight out of state, because I think that's been made very clear. But it does seem to me now, looking at this, that if we're going to state one, we should state both, because maybe the other trips take 20 days or 5 days. It's not specified here. So I do agree with that thought that we should specify both time limits. So, thank you.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
I think I can see where there's a point of confusion. Since there is a motion on the floor, I think it's possible. No, I know it's possible, actually. I'm considering an amendment where it just says, for further guidance as to the amount of time in advance for your trip, please see Regulation 10. 6201A10 for the appropriate duration of notice in advance for a particular field trip. I think that, okay.
Okay, so there's an amendment
to the main motion.
to the main motion on the floor, so we need a set. So you seconded? There's any discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
Is the information that's in R-6201A, is this available to the public? Or is it just the bylaw 62101?
The regulations are attached to the policy online.
Online, okay, so this can be viewable by the public.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm okay with the amendment.
All right, so the amendment has been properly seconded. Let's vote on the amendment. Vote on the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Now let's vote on the motion.
I think there might be further discussion on that.
Oh, discussion on the main motion.
This is going to be
So it's
redrafted for a second read, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Baptiste Perez.
I think she's writing it out.
All right, okay.
Can you repeat the first?
It's go ahead, Joe.
Joe.
Sorry, I believe somebody had a concern.
It's Mr. Kolovic, sorry.
No worries. I believe somebody had a concern, and a couple of people have a concern about striking the water parks out. I was expecting them to put it back in, but I'm okay with it in there, but I don't feel if I can snuff it behind out.
Question about that one.
Yes, go ahead.
So as of right now, we're proposing to keep the water park and amusement park trips, right? Just so I understand.
Mr. Sakala.
Our current policy does not allow amusement parks and/or water parks to be approved. Blanket denials. Discussion at the committee level, it went back and forth to the point where it did pass for
Amusement.
both the amusement parks and the water parks, but before the full board, there was a lot of concern about the water parks. This is not the first time this has come up to the board. So there's a lot more concern around the water parks than the amusement parks. And the reason we want to strike the amusement parks and the water parks is because a lot of other districts get to go, and that was a question of equity for a lot of us as well. But the water parks has a bit more rationale of striking. So if somebody is going to make that a motion, I'd be willing to second it and support it.
Are you done?
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment that I work with a lot of foster kids that are in the system, in the school system, the public school system, and there are a good number of them that have never, ever been to an amusement park before. So I just wanted to say that, to make that statement. That's it. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Okay.
Yes, I did want to raise it. I think there's just an issue with the copy I printed. I printed multiple copies and it got mixed. My concern is just with the water park. We don't, as far as I'm concerned, we don't have any swim tests, no swimming requirements in our schools.
We don't.
And so there's an increase in liability when it comes to if a student drowns or there's just additional more concerns when it comes to water parks versus actual amusement parks. I think preventing students from going to amusement parks. I've always spoke up about this, like they can't go to amusement parks. So I would like to distinguish and make an amendment that we allow amusement trips, however, not water parks, primarily because of additional safety liability issues. And there's some safety concerns that I would prefer not have my imagination talk on public about, but I'm fine, and I would like to move to amend to permit amusement parks, but not water parks.
I agree with that.
If you don't mind, I'd like.
Sorry, I was acknowledged first.
Mm-hmm.
I do recall there being a conversation about insurance issues with water parks and amusement parks. My question is there another section in here that details, so we're striking out amusements and water parks in 1E. Is there another section with added language now including water parks and amusement parks in here that I'm missing?
No, again, this is policy which the regulations are built upon, so they're not approving water parks or amusement parks at this point in time. If this changes, then they will consider amusement parks and or water parks, depending upon what happens with this next motion.
Right, so if we're striking out, and this is just for discussion, if we plan on striking out amusement parks and water parks in 1E, that would then mean that we're allowing water parks and amusement parks. And I do think that this document should include additional language about water parks and amusement parks, to include the stipulation about having trip insurance if we choose to do water parks and amusement parks. So that's the only point that I want to make, that if we strike out that one line, we are going to have to include additional language below about how we're permitting, requiring, you know? Does that make sense? Because everything else seems to be outlined.
Right.
Mr. Sokolovich?
Yeah, the district is pretty much self-insured against everything, so I think our insurance will cover us under all that, and all field trips and stuff like that. There's a lot of the trips do have opportunity to purchase insurance as well, like cancellation insurance. I guess that could be a rider that's offered at the administrative level. But we got Ms. Baptiste has made a motion to amend. I would like to ask if she would consider just changing that motion to amend to just saying trips to water parks will not be approved if they're not cleaner.
I believe my motion wasn't second, so I'll second the motion you just made for it. So that's another amendment to the amendment.
So now we need to vote on the additional amendment to the amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Any abstentions? Hearing none, the amendment has been voted on. Now we need to vote on
The main amendment.
the main amendment, which is Ms. Baptiste Perez.
1 second. I'm writing it down now. So the current main motion on the floor is discussion of its approval for field trip policy 6201A with amendments to section 1E. And 1E is to read, school trips must be strictly linked to academic and social emotional learning experiences for students. Trips to water park will not be approved. For additional information regarding a notice requirement for a field trip, please see Regulation 6201A, subsection 10.
That absolutely captures it.
Is there a?
I'll second.
There's a, okay, Mr. Sokolovich seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, now let's vote on
Accepting
motion.
the first one.
Yes. Who would like to do that?
But the motion's already on the floor.
Oh, yeah, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. All right, the next one is discussion and first read on public comment bylaw 9160, section 2. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Sam, if you could add it on the screen.
Okay, good evening. We're looking at policy 9160 of the bylaws series, meeting conduct. Under item number 1, section A, we have strike through language on chairman and make it more gender neutral as chairperson. Item number 2 is talking about the public address. And in the policy, we're making a distinction between regular meetings of the board and special meetings of the board. And so you can see in item A, the term regular meetings is highlighted in red. Much greater articulation in item number 1 relative to public comment in terms of 2 minutes being allotted, but then providing more detail for the board and for the chairperson in terms of total number of speakers. Once 15 speakers have provided testimony, public speaking will be suspended for the purpose of addressing the rest of the agenda. That's what the language in the proposed policy says. Once the agenda has been completed, public speaking will resume for all remaining speakers before the meeting is adjourned. So that's a significant distinction around public comment in regular meetings. Item number 3 pertains to conduct by people attending the meeting. No boisterous conduct shall be permitted at any Board of Education meeting. Persistence in boisterous or inappropriate conduct shall be grounds for summary termination. And we have strike-through language indicating that this isn't a decision for the chairperson, it's a decision by the majority of the board. That's inserted in red. That's the big distinction in item number 3. Item number 4 is all speakers identify themselves by name along with the topic to be addressed. So if they can reference the agenda item, that's what's being implied there. Failure to provide this information may result in the speaker being declined the opportunity to speak. Item number 6 is strike-through language regarding personnel issues and some clarifying language just to help the board and the public. The clarifying language is the board will not permit abusive remarks from any member of the public during public comment. To protect the impartiality of the board will not hear public comment that involves a complaint about a Board of Ed personnel, students, a personnel action, a student disciplinary matter, or pending litigation. And as board members know, these topics largely are covered in executive session privilege. So rather than focus just on personnel, the policy is focusing more on all the topics that are covered under the executive session privilege and highlights it here. That was the rationale. Anyone who has a complaint or grievance regarding a specific employee may take the matter up with the superintendent so that the proper and applicable procedures may be followed. And then letter B provides the distinction in the policy for special meetings and public speaking at special meetings. So this clearly says the board may permit any individual or group to address the board during a portion of any special meeting so designated for such purpose. So, you know, we just had a recent example with the meeting for the Cross and Hooker. Those were special meetings and people came for that specific purpose to speak to that. 2 minutes will be allowed for a maximum of 30 minutes, and speakers may only address items listed on the special agenda. And again, similar to what happens at the regular meeting, speakers must identify themselves by name along with the topic to be addressed. So I think this policy does a really great job in sort of creating the expectation and outlining for people the procedure around public comment and invites people to participate in this process, which is important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll open up the floor for discussion on this. Mr. Benahan?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Butler, I'm going back toward the regular meeting, and I believe you was reading number 6.
Mm-hmm.
I know whatever you're reading in, Sam, can you go a little up in number 6? Not too far. Go down 6. Yeah. Whatever you, yeah, there.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever you was reading all that, we don't have it in my iPod. It's very different.
But you don't?
If everybody could click the Office and open it inside Office, it'll translate over.
Okay.
In the actual Word document.
Because you're looking at.
Okay. Oh, I just want to be sure because it's different what I have here in the protocol. They don't show everything exactly what we got there. All right.
I
I
understand.
just want to be sure for the record. All right. Thank you.
So for some reason, it's not on the first level. You got to go into the second level.
Okay.
And that's what's going to show in the policy.
Why is it set up like this and not just how it should be in our board packet?
Why we have to go to like?
Why, I don't need.
Point of order, you are
Okay.
addressed when you are called by the chair. Please wait to be recognized before the chair. If you have a point of personal privilege, then you can raise the point of personal privilege or wait to be recognized. Thank you.
Mr. Benahan.
Going back about the thing, exactly, I just want to know, I agree with Ms. Castillo. We didn't have this when you open, you had to show everything. Why we had to open Office, trying to go back, to try to see what's going on. So I just want to, I don't want to go back and forth because I might see an agenda. I don't want to go open Office, then I go back again.
Okay.
So that's my concern. That's all.
I'm gonna have Mr. Sokolovic answer that because both him and Ms. Baldwin worked on the actual document, so I really can't answer it. But Mr. Sokolovic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is a result of sloppy work from the prior administration. And this little piece is an IT glitch, because we had 3 different versions of, well, we had 3 different versions, some maybe even 4 different versions, which weren't labeled, which was first, which is last, which is next. And we had to be on the phone with blanking on Miss Santos over the weekend on a Saturday on her day off.
Mr. Kolovic, can you please talk into the mic?
Okay. So for those of you, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, there's a bunch of different versions through the prior administration that are in the portal. There's no organization. We're getting an organization. This policy was actually in there properly. I watched it as it gone in, but there's an IT glitch. But it's still in the packet. If you hit the second one and open it up in Office, you will be able to see it, rather than open it in the primary place. Did you open it in Office yet?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Right, if you open it up in Office, it'll look exactly like this. It's just one little extra step that needs to be taken at this point, and
If you have Office, you know.
And hold on.
it is,
Also I think if you print it, once you open into the document to print it, it will print out correctly. I think that's another issue with it as well.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Lombard.
Okay, so I have a couple of things. Just want to clarify for, I guess it's item 4, where it talks about for regular meetings, all speakers must identify themselves by name along with the topic. So I know Dr. Baldwin mentioned that it'd be a topic that's on the agenda, but I believe that's not necessary for a regular meeting. They do not have to speak about a topic that's on the agenda. And that's how I recall we discussed this during the committee meeting. So I'm going to defer to Mr. Sokolovic. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so that's the first thing. And the second thing is, I thought there was some discussion that we had for item number 6, the contentious item number 6, about, or did we just leave it out? Or maybe we decided to leave it out, about if the complaint is about the superintendent.
I don't think that's there.
And we may have decided to leave it out, but we were talking about how, if a complaint is about anyone, it should not be brought up during a board meeting. But if it was about the superintendent, where else could it be brought up? I thought we were going to specify that somewhere. I don't see that here.
Yeah, I don't see it either. That was in the meeting. We did discuss that.
Yeah, that's probably, you're absolutely 100% correct. That's probably captured in one of the
version.
The other versions that didn't get transferred over, and that's an oversight. We could insert that the same way we did, and there was a complaint regarding a specific employee, excluding the superintendent.
Yeah, I think maybe that may have been what it was. It was something real short.
Right.
That may have been it. Yeah.
Yeah, like in parentheses, correct?
I don't recall for sure.
Yeah. So if we could probably.
I believe Mr. Lombard's correct that we did
we
say accept the superintendent.
Right. With either commas or parentheses.
Is there any more discussion on this? Mr. Macarone, I know I don't want to miss you. Do you have any discussion on this item?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
I do.
Yes, Ms. Castillo.
Here it says the board will not permit abusive remarks from any member of the public during public comment. I guess I'm wondering if there should be some articulation about what the repercussion is. So if a person of public begins speaking in public comment and starts making abusive remarks, what then is the action? Will the chair then step in and dismiss the person speaking? Scroll back up, please. It's at number 6 here. Okay, the board will not permit abusive remarks from any member of the public during public comment. If such behavior occurs, they will be asked, their time will be suspended.
Yeah, it's on the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just making sure that.
And also on the
I
sign-in
don't have it in
sheet,
front of me.
also on the sign-in sheet, it states before they even sign it that it states here, anyone violates this policy, their privilege to address the Board of Education will be terminated.
Okay, thank
So
you.
it's clear here, but it
Okay.
can be.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions on this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move for a 10-minute recess in order for the board to get printed up-to-date materials instead of turning to the screen. Due to the issue that Ms. Castillo did point out is that, and Mr. Benahan did point out regarding the version in the packet, I think in order for everyone to just have a clean version in front of them, we should have access to our printers and
I
take
agree.
a second to just review.
Yes.
So I
second.
make a motion for a 10-minute recess.
It's been
Second.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Recess. We'll be back in 10. You said 10.
Oh, she just wanted to recess.
I said 10. Thank you. We're live. We're live. Everyone, if I could just call the meeting back to order. Call it back to order. We're going to pick up from the last bit of the conversation concerning this agenda item. So I will, who did we leave off with? Oh, yes. Ms. Castillo, I think we left off with you. You're finished?
You answered the question.
Okay.
How it's articulated on the.
Got it. All right, is there any other questions concerning this agenda item now that everyone has a printed version in front of you? Any other questions? Mr. Lombard, Mr. Macaron?
I'm
Okay.
done. Thank you.
Okay,
Wait, I have a question.
okay. So I'm gonna do Mr. I saw his hand first, Mr. Sokolovic.
Yeah, just want to make sure we captured the change that we missed. Superintendent is have that inserted. Because I believe that was supposed to be in.
Oh.
On, I'm sorry, in, where were we? Correct, 6 on the flip side of the page. And with that insertion, I believe that's everything we need unless somebody has something else.
I'll go to Ms. Castillo, then Ms. Baptiste Perez.
I just had one question about the red language that's already has strike-throughs in number 6. Was that like a revision from committee?
Correct. That was, I believe that was in the second version or the third version that we struck that.
In committee?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Ms. Baptiste Perez?
Can I hear the proposed amendment regarding the superintendent and just confirmation? It goes into section 2A6. What is the language supposed to read?
I think, if I may,
Yes,
I-
Mr. Lombard.
Yes, Joe, please.
this is kind of trying to squeeze the memory out, but I think it went after, okay, so to protect the impartiality of the board will not hear public comment that involves a complaint about a Board of Education personnel, either parentheses excluding the superintendent, or maybe that's what it was, parentheses, and then it goes on, students, personal action of the student. So it just specifies that the Board of Education personnel that cannot be discussed excludes the superintendent. So I think that's how does that sound about right?
Sounds absolutely correct.
So have you made an amendment?
Oh, there's no
There's
amendment.
no motion on the floor right now.
There's no motion on the floor.
We're talking through if it's in there. That's why I like the proper motion first and then the second, then we could amend it without calling back.
Okay.
Would someone like to?
A motion to include a language in section 2A6 to include after Board of Education personnel, parentheses excluding the superintendent.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the amendment has been carried. Now we are we'll vote on the amendment. We'll vote on the motion.
Right, actually, motion's not on the floor. Motion to accept the first read of meeting conduct.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Policy 9160 as amended.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
Motion to accept the first read of meeting conduct 9160 as amended.
As a what?
As amended.
As amended, okay.
It's been properly second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. Motion carries. All right. Now we're moving down the list. The next item is discussion and first read on bylaw 9010, role of board members. This has also been printed. Yes? All right. I'll open up the floor for discussion. Mr. Sokolovich.
Yeah, the only real changes here are in number 4. You got in the second paragraph, after the first comment, strike and prior approval from to. And the next, in the same vein, it's okay, I'm sorry. Same language, the superintendent shall coordinate and be apprised of. Basically, what we did was eliminating asking permission from our employee. No other business in the world does the employer have to ask the employee for permission for everything. We're still going through the superintendent to arrange the visits at the schools. It still protects any union members, but with the other language is still standing. Notwithstanding, such staff may require that such communication be confined to transpiring in writing that if it takes form in the place of a face-to-face meeting or telephone conversation, that it takes place in presence of the staff member, supervisor, or union representative. So I believe the union is protected in here. The staff members should not be disciplined if they come to us, as they have been in the past, come to us with an issue that they have. I'm almost positive the union would not want, say, a teacher that came to me with a problem about an executive director or some such to then be disciplined and have to go through a disciplining process for coming to a board member directly and speaking to that board member. So that if the board member is uncomfortable talking to a board member, if the staff member is uncomfortable talking to a board member, they got the rights. Their rights are not being restricted. The only thing that's being changed is that we have to ask our employee for permission to visit the building.
I think the change makes sense. That was one of my preliminary thoughts. Statutorily, we are the employer of the superintendent, so to ask our employee for permission to visit a site. It states any board member may communicate with staff to obtain pertinent information to assist them in their decision-making with due notice. I know from my facilities meeting, I want to go visit and see some of the work that's been done on our schools using ARPS funds. And I want to see potential work that needs to be done in our buildings that may affect our students' safety. Part of it too is a walk through to the school and to make sure that we are allocating or there's a broken window to make sure our budget has that to fix it in the school, or learning that the school's been shut down. I think we still do give due notice to the superintendent, and we give notice and we state the purpose of the contact. So if I give notice to Ms. Perrin, I want to go see the roof job that was done using our ARPS funds next week. Is it possible I could go visit, I'm making it up the school, Marin School? We've given the purpose of our contact and we provided due notice. I really don't understand the prior approval. If I'm going, I would completely agree with the concern of if I'm going there to evaluate teachers, I am not qualified to evaluate or tell a teacher how to do their job. That's an improper reason to go to the school. So I don't see the need for prior approval because we are providing the purpose of the contact way in advance. But that's just my interpretation of it. Thank you. Mr. Benahan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to say this, and I'm very tired to say it, but I'm never get tired to say. I'm going to say it very clear, and I hope everybody hear me very clear. That I know for the day one, I'm as a board member, I like to visit the school. How to help the PAC, how to help the PTSO, any concerns, any situation, anything happen, the PAC and PTA, they don't understand, help it with the budget, action plan, how to spend the money, vendors, stuff like that. That's my job. That's why I got elected as a board member for Bridgeport School. They need my help, I'll be there. It's a staff, they help me, staff stop me in the hallway or outside or something like that. Mr. Benehan, let's give it a sample. I can give it a sample. Bridgeport School have a situation, I'll give you a good example. The playground was not fixed. The principal did the protocol, the policy, send the information, but sometimes they take time. I know we short staff. They let me know, and let me try to help them. Simple. If the staff come with something about union, a policy, law, stuff like that, that's not my job. I'm going to repeat it again. That's not my job, and I'm going to get involved because as a board member, I know how far I can go. That's why we take a meeting of Kate and let us know how far we can go. I will let them know very simple. Talk to your supervisor. That's your job. That's what you have to do. If I have to visit the school, I let them know Miss Perry. Sometimes I go so busy and Miss Perry know that. Miss Perry, I forgot to tell you that I'm going to visit the school tomorrow. I'm going to deal with the PAC. Yes or no, Miss Perry, that I email you, let you know some school if I got to visit.
As I previously said, yes, you do let me know.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss
Everybody
Perry.
heard me?
Yes.
Yes, he does let me know.
Yeah, that's my first thing. And then I go visit the PAC, sit down with the PAC. Like today, I have a meeting with Madison School, the PAC. Amazing people, phenomenal. They have a workshop. They're going to do so many things. Yes, I say hello to the principal, staff, bye, and that's it. So I just want to know, big people, they say, oh, Mr. Bennett has the building, or one of the board members, because for all the board members, 9 board members here, I'm the one visiting all the schools. I like to listen to the PAC. I like to listen to my staff. If the staff need something, I will listen to them. Wow, you think I'm going to ignore the staff? I'm going to ignore the principal if they have any concern? I know how far I can get. And I can tell them, listen, you maybe contact the superintendent. Or maybe let me see what I can do, something simple that I know I can try to help them. Me ignore the staff? No. If the staff don't want to speak to me, I respect that. But I'm getting tired that staff, they think that as a board member, go to one of the schools, and they think we're going to tell the principals or assistant principals, all the staff what to do. No, that's why they are professional. That's why they went to college, bachelor, they have the degree to be sure our students get education. That's not my job to tell them whatever's happened, what to do. My job is as a board member, help the PAC and PTSO. And like I say, I will never stop to listen with staff or any person they want to talk to me. So I want to be clear that as me as a board member, because I know so far I'm the one visiting the schools, I'll go to help the PAC and PTSO. So because I don't like that. We're not here to attack. We're not here to make division. We're not here to tell the staff and principal or assistant principal what to do. So I give the information as a chair student and family, committee. I like to bring that. That's why I bring it to my committee. So listen to them. What to do, because sometimes we got new PAC and PTSOs, they don't know how to do. Like today, I informed so many things that the PAC president, it was very happy, and we have so many things to do. So I want to be sure that and very clear and that people understand that me as a board member, I'm going to help whoever needs it. So I'm not here to make division and tell people what to do. So I want to be sure that's clear. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benahan. Any other questions concerning this agenda item? Ms. Cashmere?
Yeah, I just wanted some clarity. So if there were a teacher or an administrator that had an issue with the superintendent, what the protocol is they're supposed to tell the superintendent that they have a problem with her, and then she tells us that they have a problem with her? Like, what is the protocol if somebody actually has an issue? I know it'll never happen. I'm just asking the question. If somebody has an issue with her, like, what's the protocol for that?
I believe that goes through the BEA.
Okay. The BEA, can you tell me the acronym for again?
Bridgeport Education.
The Bridgeport Education Association. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I don't think that's accurate because I'm not a teacher. So BEA is in regards to teacher, BCAS is in regards to administrators. You all are the supervisors of the superintendent. So I don't know if there is a clear protocol for them to be able to go to you in regards to a concern or not. That I can't speak of, but it wouldn't be the BEA or the BCAS.
Thank you. But that's something that I think is important to discuss.
My apologies. Hold on, I'm gonna go Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Oh, you know what? Mr. Bennett can go ahead.
Mr. Benahan, then
Very fast. Go ahead, pick you. I believe, if I'm, please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe, or whoever got the situation had to write a letter to the chairperson and let them know the situation. And from there, you as a chair, you will contact, whatever who you have to contact
Got
and
it.
go ahead and make the decision. But if they have a letter to, to you as a chairperson, let you know the situation, what's going on with Ms. Perry, then I know it's not gonna happen. So.
Ms. Baptiste Perez.
Part of what I was going to say, and I'll just say it now while I have the floor, is, and to a certain extent, that's what public comment's for. And so issues, because we did pass the exclusion for the superintendent, that, but, I don't believe we necessarily have a clear protocol for that, but public comment is one area where we just made available.
Yeah, but some people might not be comfortable enough coming in an open forum and saying something about their boss, especially a teacher or, I just think that it should be clearly defined, that's all.
Mr. Sokolovich.
And I'll piggyback off of this. In the past, I know for a fact that when staff come to a board member and some of the upper level, I won't mention any names, got wind of it, that staff member was reprimanded. Now that's like, there's no whistleblower protection there. I believe by removing this language, we protect them because there's no more language prohibiting them from contacting us directly.
Give me a moment. I'm going to see if Mr. Lombard or Mr. Macaron. I didn't turn around for you guys.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. I have to give it more thought.
Okay, Mr. Lombard.
Yeah, so I think that this discussion is communication from the board to the staff and not the staff to the board. If I'm understanding what we're looking at right now, is that correct? Or Mr. Sokolovich, give your hand up?
Give me a minute. Let me get a minute to reread because you may be correct. Yeah, give me a second to reread this. Yeah, because no, this was always the policy that they pointed to when staff could talk to us. When this change was made in 2019, staff started becoming afraid to communicate with board members for fear of reprimands.
Mm-hmm.
And this was in 2019. We could track it all the way back to there. By the way, these entire bylaws were changed in one day. No public meetings like this with no discussions. We're going through it the proper way, having proper discussions and vetting it. And staff got caught in the crossfire. I've had executive staff come to me in the past saying they don't know if they could talk to me without getting permission from the superintendent, which is horrible. I mean, you add extra layers to the communication between us and the staff that we need to actually carry out our functions, which was I almost said unintended consequence, but I'm not quite so sure that it was unintended.
Mr. Lombard, I know you had something else.
Yes. So again, I'm unfortunately having difficulties with this document also. Well, it's not letting me pull it up. But so is this talking about communication from staff up as well? Is it specified in this document?
No, it is not, but I don't believe it's specified anywhere else unless it's unless it's in the employee regulations. But this is what was always pointed to when they couldn't talk to us.
Right. Okay. So I'm pointing that out because it is worthwhile. What Ms. Casimir pointed out, that it would be helpful to have it spelled out, but I don't think that's the topic of this particular document. So, and then as far as this document is concerned, I think these revisions are very fair. Mm-hmm. I obviously I was a part of revising them. I'm on this committee. It is laid out that we have to coordinate through the superintendent, work with the superintendent, give due notice, all that. So it's all fair and upfront. It is specified in the item above, the one we're looking at, that the rights of the staff member and everything that they can have available to them. They don't even have to attend if they don't want to. It says it right there. So nothing is really changing other than the step of needing permission, which I was really against that idea. I am against that idea. I will, just for purpose of, touching on where this is all coming from, there was abuse happening. There was abuse of, unlike Mr. Benahan, who goes there to help out, sometimes there was a board member who was going there to raise all, what. And so this, I think, was in reaction to that, to try to put the brakes on it. But I think we also know that there are no rules that we are held by as board members. There are some rules, but it's not like we could get kicked off the board for going to a school without notifying the superintendent. It'd be a problem, be a public problem, an optics problem. Might lose privileges on the board, but you still wouldn't be kicked off the board for that. So this is just trying to put some type of boundaries and policing and respect and professional, protocol in place. And I think nothing really has changed other than the need to get permission from our employee. So I think this is a smart change to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ms. Castillo.
I lost my train of thought. Can you come back to me?
Yes.
Sorry.
Ms. Baptiste Perez, and then Mr. Macaron. I'm sorry.
Oh, Mr. Mac.
Mr. Macaron, go ahead. She's yielding
Well,
to you.
the point I'd like to make is that individual board members are not the boss of the superintendent. I think that the board is the ones that are responsible for the superintendent's, the board, the entire board. So my point is that I don't agree with the idea that we should be able to go into any school and just tell the superintendent, we're going to go in there and we're going to be talking to some of the staff and micromanage, potentially micromanage, the workings of our teachers and our principals and stuff like that. So my point is, I don't agree.
Thank you, Mr. Macaron. Ms. Baptiste Perez.
My first one was just a comment to what Mr. Lombard said and what was implied by Mr. Sokolovic of abuse of a former board member that occurred during that time that has had serious ramifications on the board with this policy being provided. I do agree that it is fair, but also just quickly didn't get to pull it up on my LexisNexis account, but you can Google and find the roles of and duties of the Board of Education. And so that's section 10-220, duties of the Board of Education under the Connecticut statutes. It's quite long, but it starts with each local or regional Board of Education shall maintain good public elementary and secondary schools, implement the educational interests of the state as defined in section 1040A. 10-4A, and provide other such educational activities as in its judgment will serve the interests of the school district. And now it does also go further down. I'll just look at another section 3, proper maintenance of facilities. So that goes into the very purpose of notice as to why the relevant reason we're visiting the school. So if I wanted to go look at the roofs and Mr. Garcia isn't there to walk me through the school, it's not going to happen. Says a safe school setting and environment. I just don't see how, as a member of the Board of Ed, putting up an additional roadblock when we're given advance notice and communicating our purpose as to why we're visiting the school. That's within our delegated duties. That's within our committees. Why this is an issue. I know we're statutorily enabled and we are the supervisors. We're in charge of the itemized budget, and that is per our training with CABE. But if we don't see the conditions in the schools, it's hard to imagine what our budget is like. But maybe that's something where we can probably look into another training, because part of it that I had mentioned earlier is to tell the public what our roles and responsibilities are, but for us as well to have an understanding of what our roles and responsibilities are. But I don't think creating a roadblock for us having access to the schools is appropriate. That's just my general reading. I still have a goal where I'm still trying to visit more schools. And I will say, like, I haven't visited every school in the district yet. And I know this rule was created because of, as elected officials, there is no limit to who can run for office, whether they are mentally stable or not. But I believe that that's where people come in to vote. So you have civil, respectful, law-abiding, policy-abiding individuals represent. Thank you.
Anyone else before I go back to Mr. Benahan? Anyone else? Mr. Benahan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I'm going from some word that Mr. Lombard said, it was abuse. Yes, it was abuse. That's why the reason they changed the policy and stuff like that. But I don't want to stop thinking like we are the same people. No, this is 2023. We are good board members that will be care. We want to hear what the concern or any situation happened with the staff. It's the staff that come and tell me I got this situation with another staff. I'm saying, I'm sorry, that's not my job. That's where you have a supervisor or call the superintendent of school, Ms. Perry. That's the only thing I can say. They have an issue. That's why they have a union or whoever is a supervisor. Yes, sometimes staff would like to come here to speak and let them know, or they talk to us. Like I say, I will listen to them because I will never will ignore any staff, any parents. Also, years back, and I still remember the board members visit the schools. They have a schedule and stuff like that. Let's give an example. I have 3 schools I'm going to visit. They know the principal. They know when I'm going. They sit down with the principal. They sit down with the staff. We'll listen to concern, stuff like that, what they need, and then we'll bring it to the board, to the chair. Have them, let them know. Why it would be nice to have that back, because at least the employee, the staff, they will be more relaxed. That we can listen to them, because sometimes board member, staff, they say board member, they don't listen to us. They don't care about us because the policy. We need to break that chain. We need to work together. We need to work as a team. We need to listen to them. They work very, very, very hard, in my respect to all the staff, and I always care about them. Some of them, I have to tell you the truth, some of them, they work hard, some of the other ones, they don't work. But it's nothing we can do. But the one work hard, I would appreciate that. And I'm always going to be here for them until God tells me to stop. Because it's not fair that we're not listening to them. We need to listen to them. They're very important. It's the same thing with the parents, the same thing with the PAC leaders, stuff like that. We are 9 board members. I want people to understand that we are 9 board members, that we working hard to be sure everybody's okay. And any situation happening in one of the parents, another thing I want to say, that's why we have this great executive director, Dr. Morgan, Dr. Jenkins, Mr. Plana. Any situation, and they know, I let them know, listen, can you please contact this parent? We have this situation. Yes or no, Dr. Jenkins, Dr. Plana, Mr. Plana, It's, I like to communicate. So, and they do an amazing job. I love them. And they fix the problem with the parents. So we need to work more together as a team. Need to break that chain and let them know, the staff, we are not the past. We're the present and the future. No more commitment, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Castillo.
2 questions. One is for number 4, there's a strikeout and prior approval form. It's not highlighted and red on here, but is that being included in this, in the
That's
change?
because there's no additional language. The language is just struck.
Yeah, but that's part of, like, everything else seems to be highlighted in, oh, I see what you're saying. It's just struck out. So, but this is something that's being discussed now, right? It says and prior approval from to.
Correct.
Right,
If
with
this
the
is
strikeout.
approved, those words will no longer appear in the policy and there's nothing in its place. If you notice, go down to 6, you'll see superintendent in red, and you'll see administrators crossed out.
Yeah.
How you would read this policy in whole would be to read superintendent and then skip the next word you would read is the superintendent shall coordinate such visitation with the relevant hiring prior to the visit by the.
Okay. So I think my issue here is that I'm of the understanding that board members should not involve themselves in personnel matters. And so I do think that there is a degree of, I think as board members, there is a degree of obligation to keep the superintendent informed about information we receive that are personnel matters. You understand? So I do think that something does need to be articulated here, that if we receive information from someone in the district that is a personnel matter, that as board members, we should have to then relay that through the appropriate chain of command. I also have a little bit of a concern about these interactions either diluting or misinforming board members, right? Because I have had the experience before where a parent will reach out to me and say, this happened to my child, XYZ, you know, you defer it to the right supervisor, principal, what have you. And then you find out after the fact that, you know, there's two sides to every story, right? But there's no stipulation here that requires me to have to go back to the appropriate chain of command and make sure that it's handled with properly. If we're striking out and prior approval from. So I do understand the nuance, the issue with the word approval from the superintendent, but I think the superintendent or respective administrator should be made aware of certain conversations that staff are having with board members. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's issue number one. The other thing is, the other issue I'm having is with this last line. It says the superintendent shall coordinate such visitation with the relevant building administrator prior to the visit by the board member. I think it's implied, but I also don't think it's clear that the visit needs to be arranged and confirmed before the board member shows up. I think this is a logical group of people. I think, you know, in our little group, we can assume that, you know, you wait until you have confirmation of the visit that somebody's going to be receiving you to do whatever activities you're planning on doing at that particular school. But in the off chance that in the future we get elected an official that is off the handle, you know, I feel that there should be something stipulated here that the visit be confirmed prior, you know, that the arrangement be confirmed by the superintendent prior to the visit.
I'm going to ask Ms. Perrin if you can explain what that process looks like when a board member reaches out to you. What is your steps?
Sure, but before I talk about that, I just would like to say, I think that part of the issue lends to what Mr. Benahan was speaking about is perception and things that happen prior to, with the word was used was abuse, about board members coming into buildings. So far, since I've been in, I've only had 2 board members who's reached out to me in regards to visits. They have reached out to me. I confirmed it, and then I communicated it to the principal that they were coming. And there hasn't been an issue as of to date. But I think that we really, as a board, have to work on perception, work on building lines of communication with the teachers, with the administrators, so that there is more comfort in regards to having relations, having visits, so that way there isn't this perception that someone's coming in to attack, to manipulate, to take advantage of. But I haven't had any issues. I speak with the BCAS about this all the time, about what the purposes are and making sure that we're clear. And I haven't received anything as of yet. Not saying that I won't, but I haven't as of yet.
Just playing devil's advocate. What if you received a request by a board member that you felt was inappropriate, or that you felt was not, and you know, the result of them coming to visit the school for XYZ purpose didn't line up with what you felt made sense for the board members' inquiry? What would you do in that circumstance?
So one of the things that when I have these conversations, they tell me exactly what their purpose is. So I will probably look at the role of the board. What are the duties that are delineated for them to be going into buildings? So if that has to do with the subcommittee, the things in regards to policies, supporting the PAC, you know, supporting and being an advocate for parent. Like I said, there are certain things that are not appropriate. I haven't run into them yet, but if I do, then I have to have the conversation. This can be a situation that's going to cause a staff member to feel like they're being manipulated. And you know, what about this? If this is something that the principal or the staff member needs to feel comfortable with, I want them to be able to say, I don't feel comfortable with this, and this is the why. Now, is it just that they're afraid? That's a different conversation. But if you're going in there under your due diligence, then there shouldn't be an issue.
Ms. Castillo.
So I agree with that wholeheartedly. And there's a part of me that feels that this language, it definitely suits this board. My concern is future boards or future people, you know, and I've heard stories. I've heard stories myself when I was running and since I've been serving about these really, you know, sort of chaotic situations that occur. And I feel that this language doesn't give you the authority to agree or disagree to a visit. Because it says the superintendent shall coordinate. That means that regardless of how you personally feel about it, you should coordinate it and entertain any request that comes from a board member to visit the school. So I do think some language needs to be added that states that the superintendent can determine whether or not it's an appropriate visit or staff interaction.
Just before we'll all go to Mr. Sokolovic, then Ms. Baptiste-Perez.
Yeah, no policy should be written, changed, or employed based on one person's actions. That's number one. Number two, every single policy is not going to capture every single scenario. You can make this page, you can make these policies 50 pages long. You can put examples of what we're not allowed to go to schools for. For instance, I'm not allowed to go to school to challenge a principal to Mortal Kombat, or other equally ridiculous items. And there's no way to capture what policies should do. To be short, to the point, and otherwise we'll have a 30-page policy nobody will read.
Thank you. Ms. Baptiste-Perez.
I want to be clear. When I say I've heard stories, I'm talking about one particular individual that is now City Council's issue. From previous board members, aside from one individual. So again, penalizing the whole for one person doesn't necessarily seem fair. But also, I think we need to be clear that as a board member, I don't own the building. I'm there for my delegated duties or something that's relating to my committee and for a particular purpose. If there's some reason that is not I'm there to judge a classroom because I heard Miss Smith was not tending to a student, I don't get the right to enter that building. It's already been notified that it is an inappropriate reason. That any stranger, just because they have don't have a child in the building, but because they pay taxes, don't demand to go into a city building. I mean, it would be an abuse of our delegated duties as a board member. And I would suspect that if we've told the superintendent of an inappropriate reason, will be blocked. We shouldn't have access. A phone call should be made to the building principal that please don't allow Miss Baptiste Perez to come in. From what I've heard, it's not an appropriate reason. We don't need our classroom day to be disrupted. Acting beyond our scope should come with consequences, but we don't. I feel like if we know our duties and we know we're acting beyond our duties, we shouldn't be surprised if the door is closed. I don't have keys to every building I don't have keys to any building in the school district. I don't have any ownership rights. I mean, well, one board member has a kid in the school, so if he has to go visit his child, that's different. However, it should be common sense that if I'm there with an ill intention or if I'm disrupting, I, like any other individual, will be escorted out of the building because judgment has, if I came in and I lied about my motive and it's disrupting the school day, I should expect to be escorted out the building. I should expect to be reprimanded. I should expect to hear something from the chair and the superintendent regarding my conduct. I don't need no one. If I'm too foolish enough to want to wait to hear that in advance, or if I'm foolish enough to lie to my colleagues, I should expect consequences, including being escorted or not being allowed into the building. It's that simple. I don't think we need any prior approval because, again, the purpose is there, and that's also why we have safety. If a board member is crazy enough to cause such a ruckus in the school, then expect to be arrested because the police should be called because you're an adult without a child in that building causing issues in the school. I think there are consequences that are already implied with what our duties while we're going in the building. And, you know, part of it is the principal runs the building, and if a board member is acting wrong, you should be expected to be asked to leave. And if you try to hallucinate some reason why you shouldn't, you should expect the police to be called on you till you're escorted off. So I already think that there are consequences if any board member decides to abuse their power, and there is no need, and I don't know why no one's called the police on that one particular individual for causing such a ruckus, but it is literally one person. And, you know, yeah, call the police, have them escorted, have them reprimanded from the board. And if this person continues to be an issue, then it can even be escalated to, we won't permit you to visit any buildings because you've lied on XYZ occasions. So I don't see the need for prior approval. Let each board member prove their conduct, what they're trying to do, actually visit schools. And so that's just my additional 2 cents as to why we should accept this as edited by the committee level.
Mr. Benahan, then Ms. Castillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm agree with what Ms. Baptiste say right now. Very clear, you know. But my question is all this the staff, they don't like to the board members come to the school for any reason. Are they scared we're gonna find something they're not doing right? Because if they do everything right and correct as a policy and protocol, you don't need to be upset. You don't need to get mad. You don't need to be scared. I believe we trust them. That's how they are staff for board, board education, and I know they do an amazing job. As I said before, I was very clear, but I want to be sure that staff understand. We like to listen to them. We like, what's your concern? What is your problem? How I can help you. And I know as a board member and everyone here, we know how far. And like I say, I'm one of the more busy of the schools because I care. I care about our staff. It's not easy what they're going through sometimes. And I want the best for the students and the parents. I just want to clear that for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo.
Again, we should not be concerning ourselves with personnel matters. I find that comment to be in and of itself of an intimidating nature. If you walk into a school, oh, everybody here should be doing what they, I take issue with it. Anyhow, I do think our policy should protect the board and the district from abuses. I think that's what policies are for, to keep good order. And as we heard from Ms. Baptista earlier, the revision that was made years ago because of the actions of one person, right, has served the district well since. So while I do agree with maybe making some changes here, I'm not in full agreement with the language that's here. I think there needs to include some language about keeping the about reporting lines, right? And we're already having conversations about that with the organizational chart. I think there needs to be something articulated here in the section for board communication to staff. I think that there needs to be some articulation in the visits to schools that board members should not show up at the visit without it being confirmed first, without the entirety of the purpose of the visit, the time, date, and contact at the school, that information be confirmed before the visit occurs. I think it's a precautionary measure. I think we should not assume that all people are going to interpret the language in this way. I think it needs to be specified out. And I think it's, I mean, I can sit here and try to put together some language. I think it's going to be a little more than what's listed on this paper right here. And I think we definitely need to continue to tweak this.
All right, so I would ask, is there any other comments to this agenda item? Mr. Sokolovich.
A lot of your concerns are, Ms. Castillo, a lot of your concerns are addressed in other policies. Other part of roll board, there's a clear delineation between what the board is responsible for and what the superintendent is responsible. It's not in this policy, it's in another policy.
Castillo.
And also, I'm not entirely sure if this is legally sound, I think that there's certain, at the bottom of this policy, there's legal references at the very bottom. It's cut off in my document here, but I imagine to follow, there's likely some Connecticut general statutes, right? So this text was in alignment with those statutes. I haven't had the time to review how those statutes interact with this policy, So it's another concern of mine about whether or not, if we decide to make changes, I would like for it to be reviewed legally before it's sent to vote.
You see, the thing
And I don't think that's a process that needs to happen right now, because we have a first review, we have a second review before we vote any changes, but I just want to make the point that I think that all of these changes need to go to legal before finalizing.
Mr. Sokolovich.
Right, if you look at this policy, this is the first one I touched. The only changes are here is basically reverting back to the old language that the district used for the past 20 years. So it's no issue legally. I don't think with our financial situation, we should tap our legal resources for basically questions of reading comprehension, because this has been policy before, or it was changed. We have public speakers come up and say, don't change the policy the way it used to be, because the policy used to be that, and the policy is drawn from CABE. But that, I think we could go around in circles. I think we should actually see at this point if there's a taste for the board to move this forward as is and accept the first read. So therefore, I'm going to make a motion to accept the first read, roll of board members 9010 as presented.
I second that.
Whoa,
I second.
it doesn't matter. Second. Mr. Benahan, second. Any other discussion before we move to a vote? All right, hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
One opposed, two opposed. Any abstentions? Ms. Cashmere abstains. Ms. Cashmere abstains. Ms. Castillo and Mr. Macaron voted no. All right. So the ayes have it. All right. Moving further into our agenda. The next one is discussion and possible approval of Barnum Schools Commissioner Network application. And we have the principal and we have Mr. Planis for this item.
Madam Chair, will they,
Yes.
will they be presenting?
Is there anything that we need to sit this way? So
But I've got another question.
You should have received the packet. You should have received the PowerPoint.
okay. Yeah, hold on. Yes.
Quick question before we go.
Can you?
Oh, quick question before we go. Maybe we could expedite matters. Has anything changed since the date we last approved this?
Hello, just that we have actually completed our draft of our application.
And an application was as discussed?
I'm sorry?
Everything as discussed is the same at the last meeting?
From the last presentation.
Yes.
So I think maybe if anybody has a specific question, we should ask it, and if not, we should just approve it because we've already been over all the data.
Is there any discussion, any question for Barnum School? This presentation was done prior to, so just want to put that out there.
I wasn't here for that. May I be acknowledged?
Ms. Castillo?
Wasn't here for it, so I would appreciate just a quick briefing, an overview.
Real quick.
Yeah. Anyone else? Mr. Macro, Mr. Lombard?
No comment.
No,
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right, quick overview if possible.
Sure. Basically, we're here seeking your support for the Commissioners Network application. Our presentation tonight will highlight a summary of Barnum's plan. And basically, this is a timeline of the events that have happened in regards to applications since 2021. During the 21-22 school year, Barnum School submitted a form expressing interest to participate, and we were accepted into a planning year. On May 26, 2022, the Commissioner initially selected Barnum School to participate in the Commissioners Network. On September 2022, the Connecticut State Department of Ed conducted, in consultation with the Board of Education, Barnum School Governance Council, and Turnaround Committee, perform an operations and instructional audit of the school. This audit was released September 2022. Throughout this presentation, what you'll hear is basically key findings on the audit, which is a response through our plan. From November 2022 to February 23, school-based teams analyzed the audit information. They began drafting the plan and completed the application. The next move is to present the application on February 17th, which is basically coming up. And if this is approved by you, this application will then be scrutinized again by members of the Connecticut State Turnaround Committee, which will give us more feedback, and we will, adapt that feedback to create the last draft of the application. So basically, today what we're asking you is to help us in moving this forward to the next stage. Just to give you another little overview, if it's approved by the commissioner, then it goes in May. It goes in front of the State Board of Education. And then in June 2023, if it's approved by the subcommittee, it then goes to the State Board of Ed for approval. So in essence, your approval tonight is a first step in this process, which has begun in 2021, in which the Barnum committee, our committee has worked very diligently, and all Barnum School staff has really stepped it up and worked really hard on this. So I just want to present wonderful principal of Barnum School, Ms. Christine Booth.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Christine Booth. I'm the proud principal of Barnum School. After selection into the Commissioners Network planning year, we created our turnaround committee. Mr. Planas is our chairperson as the superintendent's appointee. I was a key member, as well as our state partner, Mrs. Marge Hughes. We had 2 BEA teacher representatives, Ms. Stanley, who is a building-based teacher, and Ms. Kellerman, who is a teacher within the district at another school. The union also appointed a parent to contribute, Mrs. Martinez, and the school appointed the PAC president, Ms. Theron, to fill the second role. These positions are required from the state in the planning year application. So the application really is an effort for us to meet our vision, which Barnum School is a nurturing environment for students, staff, and families where students grow academically, emotionally, and civically to be productive members of our community, which directly aligns with the mission, the vision of the Bridgeport Public Schools. I just want to recognize, in addition to the hard work that Mr. Planas has provided and support to Barnum School and the support of Interim Superintendent Ms. Perrin, the following people have been involved in our application, which includes representatives from the Grants Office, Human Resources, Dr. Jenkins, Carly Rocha-Reyes, Lynn Stevens, as well as the Teachers Union, the BEA. Also, there has been a lot of stakeholder involvement, as Mr. Planas noted. The Barnum staff has really stepped up and been involved. We had an in-house team that anyone was open to participate into. So meanwhile, while they helped assist in analyzing the audit and coming up with action plans to meet our needs, they have also acted as ambassadors for this exciting opportunity. We do have a fully functional school governance council that meets monthly, and this has the Commissioners Network application has been included in the agenda monthly. Oh, I'm sorry if I went back. Okay. Sorry. In addition, we of course want to have our families be a part of this. We are posting a video on Parent Square. Well, I will speak about it. It will be translated into Spanish for our multilingual families. An overview will be shared via email, and we're hosting meetings to be able to solicit input as well as make sure we engage them in this school improvement commitment. Our PAC leaders have been very involved in this process throughout the whole thing. So the state uses the acronym of TACO, T for talent, A for academics, C for culture and climate, and O for operations. And in the top box under talent, in the green text, that is our key priority: build administrator and teacher capacity for school turnaround. The items bulleted below are going to be our strategies. And I don't want to read to all of you. This was sent to you in multiple formats, was the PowerPoint as well as the additional handout. But essentially, we want to ensure that our staff has ongoing training. We're starting with the foundational skills to build the capacity. I want to have further training as well as my leadership team to move this school improvement opportunity. Academics, we want to focus on improving our core instruction, meeting the needs of our diverse learners, and making sure we're using effective assessment practices to drive our decisions. For culture and climate, we definitely need to work on student improvement, and we have some initiatives in place, but we want to focus on creating systems to improve that. Strengthening the partnership with families and communities is incredibly important. And in addition, lastly, we want to have a improved student social emotional behavioral well-being by creating a multi-tiered system of support. Lastly, operations, we need to focus on our instructional time, whole school scheduling, as well as class time to make sure we're maximizing our time with students for instruction. And lastly, increasing the two-way communication with families. And I want to highlight that's a two-way communication. And so, lastly, as Mr. Planas stated, we're here to share this information with you, request your support as we try to achieve our vision through the support of the state.
Thank you so much for presenting. And again, for board members, this is in your packets as well, so please feel free to read through it. Are there any questions from the board concerning this? As I mentioned, we did go over this, but if anyone, new questions have come up.
One simple question: how the PAC?
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett. I thought you were pointing up there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also you said the PAC is involved. How do PAC feel about this situation right now?
The PAC is actually excited. Specifically, one of the members who is on the turnaround committee is excited to see our work in our students that need enrichment and making sure we're meeting the needs of all of our learners.
Great. All right. Thank you. No more
Any-
question, Madam Chair.
No problem. Any other questions from board members concerning Barnum application? All right, I will open up the floor for someone to make a motion.
Motion to approve Barnum's Commissioner Network application.
Second.
It's been properly second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none. We look forward to the great work that you guys will continue to do with Barnum School.
Thank you very much.
Our next agenda item is discussion and possible approval of Bassett Commissioners Network application.
Good evening. The turnaround committee and the leadership team of Bassick High School. So as you know, I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Schools, and I served as the Superintendent Designee on the Bassick High School Commissioners Network Turnaround Committee. And I'm pleased to be here with Dr. Raiola and the team to provide an overview of the turnaround plan for the board's review and possible approval. The turnaround work at Bassick is challenging and urgent. The school enrolls nearly 1,000 students, and the student performance data indicates that 48.5% of our students are chronically absent. Our 21-22 four-year cohort graduation rate is 67.5%. And student achievement as measured by the SAT has 11th graders, 7% of 11th graders met or exceeded the achievement standard in ELA. And we didn't meet the standard. No student met the standard in math last year. So for the past 4.5 months, the turnaround committee has met to draft robust plans for improvement and to advance student equity outcomes. We're in a position to work collaboratively with the board, build our community relationships and partnerships, and strengthen our engagement and outreach with parents to address the academic, social, and emotional needs of all of our students. Dr. Raiola is here along with his leadership team and the turnaround committee to speak directly to the commissioners' network process and the plan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Baldwin. I think I need a new battery. So first slide talks about the vision for Bassick High School and how this plan aligns to our vision for the school. There's one key component of the vision that I think we really can focus on, and it's a big outcome for this project. That has to do with academics and career readiness. We talk all the time about our kids being college and career ready when they graduate. And this turnaround plan encompasses that in its entirety. What you're going to hear about tonight is 4 distinct academies that we're going to propose for Bassick High School. 3 of them are going to be for grades 10 through 12, and then the other one will be a freshman academy. And I'll have a little diagram to show how BMA will fit in as time goes on. But really, the vision for this school is about getting our kids engaged in career pathways and career academies, and also working on academics. As Dr. Baldwin said, we do struggle academically. There's no secret there. We have our, we have some growth in that area for sure. But this plan takes a real big step at addressing those academics and also providing our students with some career paths that'll help. Thanks. Oh. So as Ms. Booth said, Commissioners Network is established from Connecticut General Statutes. It's really quite a program. And one of the points I want to drive home through this presentation is that this is a community partnership. It's a community partnership between the state, between all of our teachers, between the administrators, and between you, the Board of Ed. And that's really what this is about. And we've done our best to really engage as many stakeholders as possible through this process to make sure that all the voices are heard and we have a solid plan that represents what our community wants moving forward. So just some quick overviews. As you probably know, It's established by general statute. I talked a little bit about the commitments, and it's a 3-year plan. If we're accepted into the network, it's a 3-year commitment that we're possibly able to extend for 2 more years after that. So flow chart, you can see here, you know, we similar to what Ms. Booth said, we're working through this right now. We've established our turnaround committee at the district level. I'll talk about them in a second. Also, my instructional leadership team here as well. One of the sticking points that we've had as we develop this plan is getting community input, getting parent engagement, getting school governance council up and running. We finally were able to have a school governance council meeting just last week, and it wasn't a full board. It was the best that we could do given the situation. We've reached out. We've been trying a lot of different ways to get community involved. So one of my messages to the community tonight is, please, if you want to help out with this work, reach out to us, talk to us. I would love to lend an ear and partner up with you as much as possible. So the turnaround committee. This is the district level turnaround committee. Chairs Dr. Baldwin. I served as administrator. We did have some parent representation on there. One of them was appointed by Board of Ed, I think back in December. Her name is Ms. Velez. Other parent was Tamika Baxter, appointed by the BEA. We also had a couple other BEA reps as well. Joe DeGroat, who is here, served as a BEA rep, along with Caitlin Kabisco, who also serves on our turnaround committee. Last but not least is March Hughes, who's been extraordinarily active in the process, coaching, working, moving us along to work through the process. I brought with me today the instructional leadership team. They did a lot of this writing. They did a lot of this development. They did a lot of these ideas and started to get it all together. And I wanted to, really just thank them and take a minute to kind of explain the structure of the school and how their roles are so important in this work. And they're going to be a big part of leading the work going forward. So, of course, you have me. And then what we did is there's 3 assistant principals and a dean of students. Within there, 1 assistant principal works with the STEM group. Another assistant principal works with the humanities. And then a 3rd assistant principal is working with support staff and special ed. And you can see underneath, we have instructional leaders on all those core content areas and electives as well that help out with all that. They're all going to have a little speaking moment, and they'll introduce themselves in a minute for you. Also like to take a minute and thank these folks here. Dr. Jenkins, Mr. Planas, Lynn Stevens, even HR got involved with some of this work. Carly Rocha Reyes, Anna, we had some, she put some eyes through it to make sure that we were capturing our L's. We're 30% L at Bassick. Dave Henry helped out with some of the science stuff. Nadira, of course, from grants. And we had some special ed look at this as well, because we are 30% special ed in the building. Her name didn't make it onto this slide for some reason. We partner up also with some external groups. One of my goals was to capture the latest research and the best knowledge we can on turnaround. So we went to Sacred Heart. Lindsay Keyser is a math professor there. She had some great ideas for us that we incorporated into this. Robin Hands works with clinical practice. We're hoping to partner with Sacred Heart on internships and student teaching programs. Everybody knows Isabel Stevens. She's done a lot of work with this team on leadership and coming up with high quality instructional tasks for our team. Kath Serino is another group there. A while ago, the board, you guys approved a contract with CES and Milestones. This is part of that contract. You're seeing the results of right here. CES has given us some advice on curriculum development and some instructional strategies, and Milestones has been working with our special ed group. Back to what I was saying before about having large scale community involvement, we reached out as much as we could to a lot of different, to as many constituents as possible. The Bassick High School faculty, they were fully informed the entire time. They were getting surveys, I don't know, I'd say once a month probably for some feedback and ideas. They also are able to work with this instructional leadership team and the teacher leaders on an informal feedback. So a lot of those ideas were brought up to the forefront. Parents and students, I've emailed this plan out to parents and students, asked for feedback. Unfortunately, the response rate has not been that good. I'll be very honest with you. Last week, I held 2 virtual forums that were just drop-in forums. And again, no one showed up. I got to be honest with you. We have this now posted on our school website. And I talked to you already about our school governance council. And again, if anyone else wants to get involved in that, please let us know. What I'd like to do now is turn it over to the instructional leadership team. They'll take you through some of the audit findings and through that TACO domain, talent, academics, climate, and then organization, and talk about how we plan to address some of the concerns that we found in each of those findings. I think the first person up is Mr. Ward. Try to manage this for you because it's very tricky.
All right. Good evening. Good evening. My name is Sean Ward. I'm one of the assistant principals at Bassick. And so what this slide represents is the talent audit summary. The 3 indicators are our turnaround leadership, talent management, professional learning systems. And at Bassick, we are trying to make a continued effort in order to recruit, hire, and develop school leaders, teachers, and support staff. To address leadership, we are working on building the capacity throughout the building. We have built a leadership team to address improving Tier 1 instruction with the focus on not just what we teach, but how we teach. We have developed a vision and criteria that looks like that helps with the vision of what a Bassick High School teacher looks like. And it kind of mirrors our same model of what a vision of a Bassick graduate looks like. In order to improve our professional learning systems, administration, we are developing and implementing professional learning plans to build teacher capacity. Through curriculum writing, partnering with local institutions like Sacred Heart, Teach for America, CES, et cetera, we are building a solid academic foundation that will be aligned to SEL components to promote a positive, engaging environment, to foster and attract potential educators, as well as prepare students to be ready for college and career aspirations. Next up, Mr. Cassidy and Mrs. Cabisco will address academics.
Hi, Steve Cassidy, assistant principal, and I also supervise the humanities, English, and history departments. Obviously, the area of academics is a top priority within this plan. Commissioner's audit cited a number of focus points that need development moving forward. And if you look at them, they kind of focused on 4 buckets. Number 1, the first focus point is to really increase the challenge and engagement in our classrooms across the school. 2 is to increase the level of coaching and training our teachers receive so that they can provide this really challenging and engaging classroom. Next, to better progress monitor our students' work through grade level assessments and really drill down on their holes and on their strong points. And finally, is to drill down even more to improve our instruction and progress monitoring again for our diverse learners, whether it be special ed students, multilingual learners, or students with learning gaps. And to get into a little more specific on how we're addressing those focus points, I'll turn it over to Caitlin Cabisco, our ELA instructional teacher leader.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Cabisco, and again, I'm the English teacher leader at Bassick. So to address the areas of improvement in the academic area of the audit, our professional development will focus on what we teach, which is our curriculum, and how we teach it, which is our Tier 1 instruction for our diverse learners. We will progress monitor with teacher data teams to continually assess student mastery of grade level skills and standards through the curriculum. I would like to pass it on to Mrs. Donovan, our special education coordinator.
Good evening. We will create multi-tier systems of support for our Tier 2 and Tier 3 students. This includes SIOP for multilingual students, and with the support of the Urban Collaborative, we will focus on inclusion and how to build upon our capacity to provide appropriate and inclusive supports for our students with disabilities in their least restrictive environment. Professional development will be provided to implement a whole school literacy initiative to bridge literacy gaps school-wide. I'm going to bring it back to Caitlin.
And with the Commissioners Network, we will also introduce the academy structure to improve engagement and provide career options and experiences for all students at BASIC.
So up on the screen, you could see this is our proposal for an academy structure when you're looking at BASIC. 2025, we could, that's to come, BMA merging within BASIC somehow. But you could see the plan for us is to have 4 separate and distinct academies. Freshman Academy, bringing our incoming 8th graders up into 9th grade. All the research shows that if you focus on that pivotal year, chances of graduation are just multiplied tenfold. So that Freshman Academy, which we have in place now, is going to continue to thrive and prepare our students to make some choices as to whether or not they want to go into an aviation, automotive, and advanced manufacturing academy, architecture, construction, and engineering academy, or a fine arts academy. Now, within each of these 3 academies, there's going to be smaller subsets of those. Professional learning communities is what we're going to call them. And every student will be assigned to one of these PLCs. So we're able to provide individualized support and really connect with our kids at a small, at an individualized level. Next up is our climate and culture. Come on up, Ms. Fernandez.
Hello, I am Brenda Fernandez, the Social Studies Instructional Teacher Leader. What we're looking at here is the findings from the audit report as it relates to climate and culture. So this encompasses things like climate culture leadership, school environment, student attendance, social emotional well-being, interpersonal interactions, and equitable partnerships with families, as well as community partners. As we can see here, our biggest areas of growth are in student attendance and partnerships with families. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Houston, our Dean of Students, to outline how we're going to address these findings.
Thank you very much. My name is Andre Houston. I'm the Dean of Students at BASIC High School. As the Dean of Students, I'm the head of the Office of School Climate, as well as Student Affairs. The goal of this office at BASIC is to improve the student connections and to reduce chronic absenteeism through the implementation of an enhanced multi-tiered system of support. Our attendance team has been hard at work to not only decrease chronic absenteeism as the year progresses, but to implement enhanced protocols to get ahead of chronic absenteeism in the 23-24 school year. Our SEL team, as well as our SEL student ambassadors, are trained to aid in conflict resolution as they work hand in hand with our restorative practitioners to increase the overall climate of our school community. Lastly, but definitely not least, is to improve parent engagement, increase community outreach, as well as operate our PTSO and SGC fluidly and consistently, and provide additional parent support systems. Our staff and faculty will be looking over the Guiding Partnerships Framework to improve parent engagement, as well as reviewing the Powerful Partnerships book study to aid in achieving our goals. It is now my pleasure to turn the presentation over to Assistant Principal Katie Lynn and Science Instructional Leader Elsie Bargis to discuss our operations.
Thank you, Mr. Houston. Good evening. The Commissioners Network audit of operations at BASIC High School highlights 3 areas of relative strength: operational leadership, scheduling structures inclusive of instructional time throughout the school day, our extended school day programming, and current structures in place to support our teachers and professional learning communities. Lastly, school site security was noted as a highlight as well. Teachers, security officers, and restorative practitioners are noted as a positive presence in the halls and within the school community at Bassick High School. The Commissioners Network noted an area of focus for development under operations surrounding our classroom structures and use of instructional time within the classroom setting. Ms. Varghese will provide an overview in regard to our plan to address these findings.
Thank you, Mrs. Lynn. My name is Elsie Varghese, science teacher and science instructional leader. The plans addressed to improve Bassick High School's operational efficiency and effectiveness are as follows. More strategic use of time and allocation of financial resources for long-term and short-term goals. The focus will also be on prioritizing and streamlining the key components that help achieve sustainable growth and equity. Review the master schedule to ensure more opportunities for social emotional learning in our students. Improving expectations for all staff. To that end, more discussions will be facilitated around the vision of a Bassick teacher and the holding environment critical to student learning. More professional development will be incorporated into modeling effective instructional strategies for the 80-minute block schedule. As a result, intentional teaching practices will help maximize student learning outcomes through high-quality instruction. Thank you very much, and I will now pass it to Dr. Raiola.
That will conclude the presentation from us. Once again, I want to thank our instructional leadership team and especially our teacher leaders and the whole Bassick community for helping us put together what I think is a plan that's going to move Bassick forward immensely in the future.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Benahan?
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I have to give you a hand. Thank you for the presentation. Amazing, very professional. I like it. Hudson, I like your tie, green. You present Bassick High School. But I have a question. I know you say program. What kind of program are you going to have to support for the parents and BDSO being part of this situation?
Right now we're looking at, there's a link and you'll see it in your board packet.
Yeah.
This guiding partnerships framework, we're going to actually probably adopt something along those lines and use that programming to help engage more families. It's a top priority and I mean, we've talked about it. It's a struggle.
Yeah,
But
I know we're gonna have events soon in Bassick. If you have that survey, give it to the BDSO president, and we'll help you to get more survey. To involve the parents more.
I'll send it over to Ms. Vasquez. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. No more question, Madam Chair.
Ms. Baptiste Perez. I just want to be clear. I heard 4 separate and distinct academies. It sounds like the plans for BMA has been already absorbed within this plan. What stakeholders, because I don't see any stakeholders from BMA here right now. So what stakeholders from BMA have been included in this?
So BMA, this is a Bassick specific plan. But if you could see, BMA is included as in 2025, they will be incorporated into us. What's happening now is we're talking about how that merger is going to occur. We don't know yet how BMA is going to be involved. In fact, just today, Dr. Baldwin and Ms. Perrin reached out. We're going to start a committee that meets monthly to talk about how this comes to life for BMA and Bassick merging together.
But this is a 3-year plan and I keep hearing merging. So what happens to BMA's staff? Are they included within the money and funds that come from the Commissioners Network?
With what happens with BMA staff?
BMA in general, because they're included in the academy structure. My question is really how the Commissioners Network, you get additional funds to help the school meet its goals and initiative.
Correct.
2025, BMA is included in this plan.
And
what level of participation have you received from BMA, its parents, stakeholders, principals? Just because these are questions that have come up in our forums regarding the merger, or and I don't even want to use the word merger because I thought it was just sharing the same facilities within one building. So now that I'm looking at this plan, it looks like it's merged and it's just one of 4 tracks you could take within Bassick High School.
Actually, it's delineated as separate.
The only thing that looks delineated as separate is the freshman academy.
Yeah, yeah. Would you like to go?
I think I understand your question, and it's relevant. When we put the presentation together, we didn't want to leave out BMA because we know that the new Bassick High School is supposed to be ready for occupancy in 2025. This grant is a minimum of a 3-year grant, which means at some point, Bridgeport Military Academy, seemingly, if construction moves forward, would be included in Bassick, whether it's a school within a school or as highlighted here as an academy. We felt it important to put it on here and not leave it out because it's a 3-year plan and Bridgeport Military Academy in some way, if construction moves forward, will be part of that physical site. So in terms of this commissioner network process, it started last spring, you saw on the timeline, and BMA was not and has not been explicitly invited to the table. In terms of monies that we would anticipate receiving through the commissioners network, in that year of 2025, teachers who are teaching in Bassick High School, whether it's part of an academy, they would be expected to engage in this work and have access to the professional learning and the supports and the overall strategy and initiatives that are being driven by this plan.
No. Thank you for that explanation, Dr. Baldwin. I guess it's part planning ahead with the unknown aspect of the BMA inclusion. It's just wondering if, all right, so no one from BMA has been invited to the table. None of BMA statistics have been used in any of the audits. Is it required that if it does become an academy, that advance notice is provided to the state, we'll be merging with this school, we have to update our audit information and stuff to that extent? Also, is there, because there's been a low participation or response rate from Bassick parents, you know, I was just wondering, have BMA parents been invited, but probably not, so.
You know, it is a timing issue. In terms of the audit, they did this instructional audit looking at talent, academics, climate and culture, and operations specifically for Bassick High School. And so data, performance data, and anything around the TACO framework related to BMA has not occurred, has not. And so I think this work of engaging parents and external partners and strengthening that work is well timed as it relates to the commissioners network and a turnaround plan, as well as the work that we're anticipating doing for school construction, because that, as the board better understands how BMA is going to get included in the Bassick High School, we'll understand that better, and then we can work around the turnaround plan as well and invite more people to the table. And so I think we put BMA in there because we anticipate in some way, shape, or form, either they're a school within a school, in which case they're not part of the commissioners network, or they're an academy.
That actually is helpful for my follow-up question. If BMA is an academy, do we run the risk of getting kicked out of the commissioners network? Because I know BMA statistics, in general, from a lot of the public testimony, appears, from what I've heard, to be better.
We don't anticipate being kicked out because we entered with full transparency, went through the audit process, engaged with the consultant from the state. And so I think, you know, we will continue to go through mid-year audits with them and evaluation processes with them annually. And so we'll take the lead from the state, but it's clear that we qualify. We've gone through the proper steps with this plan that's in front of you. And as we learn more about what steps we're going to take with the military academy, we can better inform the community and the state.
Thank you. Ms. Perrin, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say in regards to this future collaboration, whether they're within a school or whether it's academy, one thing that's really important to note is each and every year there is review of data for all constituents that are part of the school. So at some point in time, if BMA is included in that and they become academy within BASIC, their data will be included in that as well, and they will be coming to the table to be part of the planning process. Though there is a plan in place for the next 3 years, it's often revisited based upon the current need of the students and staff within the building, and it's addressed and changed accordingly in collaboration with the state.
Mr. Sokolovic?
Yeah, quick question. You mentioned some progress made on the School Governance Council. What positions you still looking for?
We ended up with, I think, 5 parents, so I think we need 2 more parents. We ended up with 1 community member. I think that we're required to have 2 or 3, if I remember right. So 2. So we would need an additional community member, and then we would be full.
You got the teachers as well?
Oh, yeah, teachers, teachers. Yeah, but we've been meeting with the teachers, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any further, Mr. Benahan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Rayola, I went to the link when they say, guiding parent with school. And I wanted to ask a question at the end when I read just stuff right now. Why they show this pricing? Do you know something about that?
I haven't looked into the pricing yet, no.
Okay, I just wonder, is it part of the, Dr. Bedwin, if you know something about? Because I went exactly what the link you told me to go. I just went out and did they show this price? I also want to know why the reason.
Right. We haven't looked into pricing or how to go about engaging with the company, but very often when we talk to companies about providing service or consulting type contract, we work off their pricing and negotiate something else. But we haven't gone down that road. Really what we want to do is use their framework to help drive strategies and actions to better engage parents and the larger community around all the outcomes for students and families at BASIC.
Okay, thank you. No more questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Kashmir?
I have a very quick question. Just alarmed by the absenteeism numbers and tardiness numbers. What I want to know is there some type of pattern as to the reason why students are chronically absent? And more specifically, do you see an increase in those reasons because of family issues? They're living in a single parent household and they have to watch their toddler brother because single mom has to be at work during school hours. Just for an example, I just wanted to ask you that.
Yeah, I don't have the percentages, but it's a variety of different reasons. And it could be just what you described, single parent, mom's working, and the student is expected to get up on their own and go to school. They struggle with that. Students sometimes they just say, I'm going to be going to school, and then they don't go. Other times, a lot of our kids are dropping off their siblings over at Battalion, and they come to school later on that day. We do the BASIC call center in the morning, where the APs and sometimes I are fielding kids that are coming in at 8:30, and we're calling families to find out, hey, what's going on? How can we help? It was a pretty powerful learning activity for all of us, and we saw a lot of those reasons that you're describing. The other thing too is transportation. A lot of our students have to walk, and it's cold and dark when they get up, and it's tough to walk. So there are some situations that are challenging for our youth.
And if you do identify families that are having issues, let's say somebody needs food or something like that, do you guys have a list of community resources for families? That's my last question.
Yeah, no, we do. We actually do. We have a list of some community resources for families. It's a it's a decent sized list, but always growing a little bit more. And we're trying to identify ways to help out any way we can. And if we could find a solution, we're looking to put that in. An interesting proposal in the plan is a parent outreach program where some of the families that may need a little bit of support at home and supporting kids, they could come to school, get some counseling support from a psychologist, and that'll help out at home with some of these problems. So we are looking at not just a kid issue, but how do we help out in the broader community with this program?
That's the type of work that I do. So if you run into any sort of issues connecting families to those resources, would you please reach out to me? Or have your staff reach out to me?
Absolutely. I would welcome the conversation. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Lombard, Mr. Macaron?
Yeah, I'm just curious about the academies. So this is the direction the school is going in. So every student goes into one of the academies, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, but this is not going to be something where students from other zones, other high school zones could go there because they want to be a part of that academy? Or is it something open like that?
It's not designed that way. But I mean, even now we have an auto program where we're building an airplane, and there are students sometimes that are so dedicated to that, they'll request a controlled transfer to come to Bassick to be a part of that because it's the only one in the city. So it's not formalized in that regard where there'd be a lottery process like a BMA, but there are options for students that are dedicated and want to be a part of that community.
Okay, and then within the academies that were more vocational based, not the Fine Arts Academy, are there similar opportunities, or even if they exist, for advanced placement work and honors work for college credit within the, either the architecture or the automotive or something like that?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're looking at some engineering pathways within both of those. We're also looking at AP courses to be offered within those. This isn't a I don't want you to think it's a traditional an older vocational type of model. That's far from what it is. It's actually much more of a high-end model that we're going for. AP offerings, dual credit offerings, all those experiences coupled with career awareness as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Macaron?
No, all I want to say is I think it's a great project, and I really wish you all the best of luck in getting this done.
Thank you, sir.
And I guess I'll add a question, and just to piggy off of what Mr. Lombard said. So now that we have like the different academies, what if there's a student that doesn't see themselves in any academy? Are they able to just go to the normal classes without feeling that they have to be in one of those if they don't fit in? Because I'm just going to be honest, working with kids, I talk to girls all the time and they're like, Miss, I don't know where I fit in. So is there opportunity for them to maybe experience it all, or, before they decide to make a decision, or they have to come knowing that they're going to go to fine arts or automotive? Like, what's the process for that student that's just want to go to school and get out?
Good question. So the 9th grade program is the key area there. During 9th grade, they do what I would call like an exploratory setup, where they're going to learn a variety of career pathways, wherever they may be. And they will have to eventually make some type of selection within those within those academies. But that doesn't mean that they're going to become an auto mechanic or anything like that. It's just, it serves as a home for that student for their 3 years. So there's a sense of community in that that we go for. There'll be classes that are offered pathway specific, and classes that'll be offered in just a traditional comprehensive manner as well.
The reason why I asked is I went to Hardin High School, and obviously that's couple years ago. However, when I went in, there was the regular student population. Then I got experience into the Law Academy, and before I landed into, the medical magnet program, which also like I had a chance to bounce around, if that makes sense, before I found what was my key thing. So I'm glad to hear that freshman part of it is going to help, kind of like direct the students, because like I said, there are students that just exist. Yep. And they're okay with existing long as they get all of their things they need to get done. So I just wanted to make sure that was an option.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ms. Castillo?
Thank you. I just had one question about, and this might be far down the line here, but just planting a seed, if anything, about what these academies are going to look like on their transcript or on their graduation certificate when they complete their studies, just in preparation for how universities, I'm in university admissions. Yeah. And so just in preparation for how universities are going to see these different academies on their transcripts, what the perception is of that, whether or not there's some credential or certificate that the student would be kind of.
So in an ideal world, and what we're going for is that students will have the opportunity to do some pre-apprenticeships and get some industry certification their junior and senior year of high school. So, if you're in a construction program, maybe you're going to get into a laborer's. If you're in the automotive or the aviation, you're going to do some type of aviation certificate. I don't know about designating diplomas differently, but there's going to be some opportunity for industry certificates, definitely. That's part of the model that we're going for.
Okay, and then for students that are more in the vein of like AP or early college credit, is there opportunity in each of the academies for those routes to pursue, AP or early college credit?
Yeah, there would be opportunity, absolutely. I don't we haven't laid it out offhand, but we wouldn't exclude anyone from that opportunity, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, so I believe everyone has shared their thoughts at this moment. Is there anyone that would like to move this to a vote? Make a motion.
Motion to approve. Then 1 second, I'm sorry, let me pull up the, okay. Motion to approve Bassett Commissioners Network application.
So move.
Okay. Moved by Ms. Castillo, second by Ms. Cashmere. We're gonna give it to Ms. Cashmere. All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
You oppose? One opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the ayes have it. At this moment.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you guys for staying for the long agenda. Thank you. At this moment, we're going to go into discussion and possible action concerning the performance evaluation criteria for interim superintendent Alicia and Perrin.
Motion for
Yep. Just before we move further, I just wanted, for the record, for anyone that's listening, this is strictly to talk about the criteria in which we will create for her evaluation. So if you have any concerns, that is where we're going with this. And this is a collective effort. Go ahead, Ms.
This item qualifies for executive session. Therefore, I move that this goes into executive session.
There's a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Minahan. All that are in the meeting, both online and in person, will go into executive session, and we'll come back once we're finished.
Madam Chair.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Sokolovic opposes. Any abstentions? Hearing none, the ayes have it. All right.
Mr. Lombard.
Yeah, there's others
How
on
have
the
you
meeting.
been?
Good. I'll text you. There's others on this meeting, so I'll text you.
Okay.
All right, we're coming back from our Lord Jesus, we're coming back from our executive meeting. All members that were in the meeting are still here and accounted for. From our discussion, the board will come back together and outline more of the perimeters for Mrs. Superintendent Perrin's evaluation. So that's what we've decided, and we'll keep the community updated. The next agenda item is review and approval of the issuance of the RFP for translation services. Mr. Pyrus.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So this is a request for your approval to issue the RFP for translation services. This has been vetted by the Contracts Committee and just needs your approval to go forward and publish it in BidSync and have the providers submit their bids. If there's any questions about it, be happy to answer.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Pyrus? This document is also located inside of your portal. Any questions? Is there a motion on the floor?
Motion to approve the issuance of the RFP for transportation services.
Second.
Translation.
Translation, sorry, my mind's thinking about transportation.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. The next item is review and approval of the assurance of the RFP for public relations firm. This is also Mr. Pyrus.
This is another RFP that we've vetted through various committees. This is to issue the RFP for the crisis management public relations request. Again, this is something that was requested by the board and by Ms. Perrin. So looking for an approval to post.
And again, everyone, this is also in your portal as well. Is there a motion on the floor? Wait, is there any questions?
This is the same one that was presented.
Yes.
Were there any changes to the document? I didn't see any changes, but.
No, this is just presented at the contracts. The only thing that needs to be added is the dates, but I'll do that tomorrow after your approval.
Is there any other questions? Would someone like to make a motion?
Motion for the issuance of RFP for public relations firm.
Second.
All right, it's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion carries. Last but not least, review and possible approval to issue solicitation for bids for food service equipment and refrigerator contract. This is Mr. Kioma.
Good evening, everyone. Food and Nutrition Services, we're seeking approval from the full board to issue bids for a new delivery truck budgeted and funded by Food and Nutrition, and for an emergency food service equipment and refrigeration contract. Most of this was, actually all of this was presented at the last meeting and nothing has changed.
All right, everyone, this is also in your portal as well. This has gone through committee. Are there any questions for Mr. Kioma? All right, hearing none, would someone like to make this motion?
Motion to issue solicitation for bids for food service equipment and refrigeration contract.
Second by Mr. Benahan. Any questions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, motion's carries.
Motion to adjourn.
So move. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Any abstentions? Good night, everyone. Thank
Everyone,
you.
God bless you all.
Good night.
Oh.